What is up, my friends? As always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. Welcome to another episode of The Marvel Show, episode number 17. What do you
Woo, my
think?
goodness.
I'm here with my friend, the 9.9 newsstand, Manu, and my other dear friend, Miss Naj, the troublemaker, the pot
Yeah.
stirrer, the what's another good word for Naj today?
The
Do you have
queen of
your do you actually have your
controversy.
pitchfork and your torch? Do you carry that with you?
Yeah.
Well, guys, we are very excited to be with you all tonight and hang out. We got a pretty heavy topic to cover. Of course, we want to cover anything that is on your mind, so be sure to put that in the comments. Let's say a quick hello. We got Marvel Marshall in the house. How's it
Hello.
What's
going?
up?
Yeah, Marvel cards, baby. We got Asher. He's from my hometown, West Monroe. How about that?
My
Hanging out.
guy.
Yeah, we've got. Let's see what's okay. We got Stacking 9 MM. Good vibes. Mostly
Yes,
good vibes,
indeed.
my friend. Mostly.
Yes, indeed.
Hulk Collector finally here for a live again. Love to
Oh,
see you here,
nice.
my friend.
Very nice.
Constantine. How would you say that? I always get it wrong. Constantine. It's just a
Constantine.
different
Yeah.
spelling. I want to see it with a C. But what's up, my friend? We got Dan Roth. Always good to see Dan in the chats. Oliver's here. Oliver Van.
Here's Oliver. Goonies.
Goonies. Alonzo Collectibles. What's going on?
Hello, hello. Symbiote Rain. What's going on, my man?
Okay. We got
He
everybody
said,
here.
boy, is there going to be some things to talk about tonight. Well, I'm telling you. I hope everyone brought some fire extinguishers. We might need to bring those masks out again. Like, there's all kinds of crazy stuff happening. I don't know.
Totally crazy.
Oh,
Destructive Collectors. Hey, that could be the title of the show.
it
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
destructive companies destroying collectibles.
There we
So
go.
one version of that.
Ryan Humphreys, how's it going? Hey, whoa, look at Ryan's picture. It's a guy punching another guy in an airplane.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
Whoa.
fun. That's fun. That's the last 3 years in a nutshell.
It really is. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
VP Trading Cards, how's it
Hey,
going?
that's the definition of if it lands.
Boom. Oh, we lost Nige. She said she wasn't going to
Aw.
be here
No,
long.
you didn't lose me. I'm joking.
What's up, William? How's it going? We got Armando Do6 himself in the chat. How's it going?
Mr. J Hawk fan, when I look at that name, for some reason I think I see Mark Jewelers. That's just what I got on the mind. I just see Mark Jewelers when I see
How in the
Mr. J
world
Hawk.
do you turn that into Mark Jewelers?
The MR, the J, the K, I don't know.
You don't see a Kansas City basketball team when you see Mr. Jayhawk fan?
You know I don't. Me and sports are worse than me and MCU, so I don't know.
Oh, goodness gracious. Marshall says, I just bought a Deadpool Palladium PSA 10. Let's go. That's an awesome card, man.
Ooh,
Congratulations.
congrats. Very
Hope
nice.
you got a good price.
Yeah, I
Ryan
actually want to
says,
see it too.
yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Look, the Palladiums and X-Men Metal Universe, they all have good art. Every one of those cards, they did a really good job in the selection of the art of
Oh,
those.
dope.
Ryan
Dope.
says,
Dope.
LOL, I was on TMZ for that. Oh, so this is actually Ryan actually punching somebody. And is that like a Hawaiian flower shirt? It looks like?
Ryan, that's really you? You
We need-
wild man? What in the
We need
world?
the full story.
Yeah,
Was that
we got it.
person
I
from
really,
CGC?
I want to hear the story. Yeah, that's right.
Hilarious. And everybody, I don't know if anyone noticed, but Naj is with us. Ah!
Naj. All right. Hey, we're gonna say hello to a couple more people and people keep jumping in, but we're gonna hand this over to Naj in just a moment. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let Manu set Naj up. How about that? But real quick,
Okay, let's do that.
Doom
Yeah.
Card, how's it going? Paul,
Card and
how are
Comic
you?
Freak, my friend. Paul, hello.
Hello, friends.
Oh no. Oh man. So Ranger says that we lost a good Ranger today. Remember our troops. Always, man. Always.
Oh no. Okay.
We do that. Marvel addiction is real. Tell me about it. I need help. Spidey newsstand and Naj. I love it. Okay. Oh wait, there's your guy. Cards and Comics Freak.
Yes, Card and Comic Freak, my man.
Hello,
What's
my
up?
friend.
Oh wait, do you want to get this out of the way?
What is it? Where are we at? What's it? Let's get the biggest question out of the way quickly. Did Manu finally finish? I did not finish. But how could anyone watch anything with what's been going on?
Hmm.
So I'm excused. I will say that. I am excused.
He's
for
excused
this week.
himself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Manu, why don't you we got a big topic that we want to
Yeah.
hit quickly, and it's two 15 a.m. I think where Najee is. So we want to
Yeah.
get her
Yeah.
thoughts on something before she needs to carry on. But
Late night thoughts.
yeah,
Late nights are
Sean,
the best kind. The
Sean,
best
we are
kind.
aware there's an echo. That was the reason for the delay starting.
Oh,
But it was
sorry
either
about
have an
that.
echo and Naj or no echo and no Naj. So Naj won out.
I'm always
Oh,
the
yes.
reason behind these drama.
All right, go ahead, Manu.
All right, so let's just go ahead, and I won't take too much time here, but to bring everybody up to speed, if you're not aware of what's been going on the past couple of days, there was a convention. You know what? This might actually bring a new definition to con, right? In terms of
yeah,
a
from last week's
con
episode.
exclusive from
It
last week.
was a
Last week
con
we had this whole,
exclusive. Yeah.
we were talking about conspiracies, we were talking about con men, and we were talking about counterfeits. And that kind of all is going to come into play this week, actually. So we had a convention, C2E2 in Chicago, and there was an exclusive comic book. It's a reprint of an Ultimate Fallout 4, and it's a cover done by Clayton Crane, very popular and very talented artist, of course.
Mhm.
And it was released by a comic book retailer, not a manufacturer, not a publisher. Those are important things to keep track of here. And that company's name is Black Flag Comics. I believe it's called Black Flag Comics. Now, this comic book was originally produced and manufactured November of last year, and it was already released. Whether or not it sold out or whether or not there were some extra copies, that doesn't matter. There were 750 more. I mean, what doesn't matter is whether they were left over or whether there was an additional with an intended purpose. That doesn't mean anything. The point is, they were manufactured November of last year. Well, this con was coming up again, and Black Flag, Clayton Crane, and now we know that CGC was involved. They decided they were going to release a 700 or 750 print limited run of this book again. But here's the kicker, guys. It's the same book that was released last year, this book, with a newly manufactured acetate cover, a clear plastic cover stapled on top of the previously manufactured book. This is cut and dry. This book existed already, and now it's been altered. It was not altered by a manufacturer. It was not altered by the publisher. It was not altered by Marvel. It was altered by Black Flag Comics and whoever they hired or enlisted to do this alteration, if you will. So now it's a new book, but it is not new. It was made a year ago. Now that it was fine if people were going to be transparent and let us know. I'm going to wrap this up because Naj has to take the floor here. Some of these got graded by CGC, as you can see here, and they were given grades like a 10 and a 9.9 and a 9.8. Condition aside, that is a no-no. There are 4 staples on this book. Additional staples were added to a pre-existing book, and it's been given a universal blue label. Those rules don't apply to any of us. Why should they apply to Black Flag or Clayton Crane? Why should CGC be able to change the rules whenever it fits their agenda? This is wrong. This ties into all of the problems we've been having. And this particular scenario is quite unique because everything that we can point at and say the system is broken all kind of comes together here, from retailers to artists to the grading company that we've entrusted, which we should not anymore, as well as to certain key players in the community. There's a blanket phrase going around called influencer. We're going to leave that out of here, and we're just going to say there are some people that have a long reach and have influence, and they could have handled this a bit differently, but everyone was looking to make a profit, which that's what business is about. But we need to come back to a time where we make a profit with integrity, because that's also possible, because the people you see here on this screen, that's what we do. And our friends, that's what we do. It is very possible. So that's the summation of it. And now we're going to let Naj run with everything she's been doing, uncovering, and all of the information she's been delivering to us. She's giving us all of the news here. Naj, please take it from there.
Thank you so much, Manu. You actually introduced the thing very well. So what happened is exactly what you said. So this book is a made-up book. And what made-up book means, it means when it goes on the census as a new variant, but it's an old book that's been recycled, then this variant is a made-up. The distributor, which is Diamond and Marvel, lately I got some information that Marvel weren't aware that this happened to the book, and that's been rebranded. And they are, I don't know what kind of procedures they're going to take against, Black Flag Comics or CGC. But CGC rebranded the book and they added that it is an acetate variant on the census. However, the book on the label, it says that it was printed in 2021, and they didn't put a greater notes that say there is an additional plastic cover, whatever, transparent cover added in 2022 or anything like that. They totally ignored that fact. And it's not even on the greater notes, because when they recently announced that they're not going to put additional, information on the label, that one of the additional information was that extra staples, but it's not on the greater notes even. Now, I was really frustrated because the book is not real. By not real, it means it's not collectible. It wasn't manufactured using the distribution company. When they say it's limited edition to 750, the question is, who monitored this? How we know it's limited to 750?
Yeah.
And normally, the distributor company distributes only 750, and when they receive anything that is, let's say, damaged, they will send it back or send a proof of them, tearing it apart, and then they will get a replacement. So this is normally how it does. But when it's done by the artist or the private, comic store or whatever, it wasn't mentored. So if it's not mentored, then it's not legitimate. That's all I can say. It's a legitimate book. I call it handmade recycled book because obviously the facsimile book was printed last year, and it's not a second print, third print kind of special print numbered variant. And the difference between facsimile and third print, for example, is that when you are pre-ordering a facsimile, they will send as many copies as they want, as like you can pre-order 700 copies of it when it's open to pre-order, because the facsimile means it's not limited edition, if that makes sense. So there are so many copies of the facsimile, and it's not special, not like a second print where it's a low print run. And therefore, what they've done is that they had an extra box of them. They just added that kind of cover, had a deal with CGC to give it blue label, and that was done like that.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, CGC reply to why it's been given a blue label was really disturbing, because they said, one of the things they said is that this cover was done by the artist, so they considered it as part of the manufacturing. And that was really upsetting.
Yep.
Because there was another example of a book that I shared on Instagram, where the cover was made by an artist who had his name is Andrew. I cannot pronounce his second name. Sorry. He has like 100-something thousand followers, so he's like really popular, and he produced that Harley Quinn cover. And I don't know who printed it, but it was printed and replacing the original cover of the Harley Quinn book. Now, the person I know who submitted it to CGC knew that this is not approved by DC and that it is a fan-made, book, but he really wanted it to be slapped. And CGC refused to grade that book. They sent it back. And they didn't even give it a no grade, even though the book, not the cover, the book was authentic. It's just the cover was a fan-made cover, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So why would they treat these two books differently? Both books were not approved by, one by DC and one by Marvel. They were not approved by them. They were not created by a distributor.
Yeah.
But one got special treatment and one didn't. Now, CBCS.
Can I step in just a second before we hop onto CBCS?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I wanna say that when we pose this question, why was one treated differently? How far along we are in this journey of recognizing the lack of integrity in our grading companies. In this particular case, we're talking about CGC. How far along we are in this journey of discovering this. When we ask that question, why was one treated differently? That's a hypothetical at this point. We are not actually asking that question because there is not going to be some satisfactory answer. The answer is what we all wish it wasn't. It's because they make up their own rules and they do what's in their best interest for themselves and some of the other people that talk to them early or spend some money with them. These little deals happening with the people that are on the inside or have some favoritism. All of that is going on. It is a hypothetical when we say, why is this happening? There is no answer to satisfy us. There is no answer to restore integrity. The truth is that integrity has been lost. These companies will do whatever it takes to make some money, and they'll do whatever it takes to try to backtrack and cover it up. And it's going to be us that have to clean up this mess. And the only way we can do that is by no longer supporting them. That is just the truth. So let's all keep in mind, we ask these questions just to give them an opportunity. But the most important thing to recognize is that whole saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, my friends, they fooled us a dozen times already. When are we going to stop allowing it to happen? We've enabled and enabled and enabled. It's time to close the doors over there, you know, and that just means from our perspective, we should no longer send our money to them. What happens from there happens from there. But that's what makes businesses react. Their bottom line being affected. The bottom line for us is they're a company that's supposed to serve us. They're supposed to, with integrity, accuracy, and consistency, put a grade on a book, encapsulate it. Well, their cases don't actually protect our books because they get damaged while they're getting shipped to us after we pay them to encapsulate them. And their grade means squat, absolutely nothing. And all of their rules about this book has to be restored and this can't happen, that doesn't apply to them. That just applies to us. And that's the most insulting part of it, because we're the only reason that business exists. We're the only, what do you think they're grading books for? So auction houses can collect them? Nope. It's so auction houses can sell them to us. We're the only reason those companies exist. We are going to be the people that set this thing straight. Now let's go ahead and get to CBCS.
Oh, before we go to CBCS, now you open the door to so many
Let's do it.
topics, you know?
Yeah.
CGC forgot that the book is only worth what people want to pay for it. So if people stopped thinking as the legitimacy of the grades, you know, they start to question them and say like, okay, I'm not going to put my money on a book graded by CGC because it's not a good investment. People don't trust it anymore. Now, that is obviously going to reduce the demand on books graded by CGC. And that's obviously going to reduce the amount of books that goes there to their business. And the question is, how long are they planning to keep running their business? Who are they grading for? They should always remember that they are grading for people who are willing to pay for their reputation. It's not the plastic that we are buying. We are buying the trust. We're buying the trust that this book been checked, because we can't open the case and see what's inside, right? So I cannot tell if there's actually, you know, a Marvel stamp on the book that I am buying, right? But I am putting my money because I trust that someone checked it and there is a Marvel stamp there. So once they take that trust, people would stop sending their money. The sellers that they are, you know, making all the deals with would stop sending their books there because no one will buy them. Yeah. So I would hope that CGC understands that you don't need a business degree to understand that this is not a good business.
Absolutely.
That's what
right.
I wanted to know.
Absolutely right.
And then when they're putting a reply, it was put very quickly. There's no thorough research behind it because I don't know, I felt insulted because one of the things they said that this is the way acetate books are created with the extra stables. Maybe right. I'll be honest with you, I don't own one, but
that's fine.
Checked and I understand that the Stray Dogs book that they pointed out in their reply, because they said Stray Dogs #1, the acetate variant that was made last year, has 4 stables and it was manufactured that way. That's true. I checked it out.
That's fine.
And that's true. But how dare they compare a book that was distributed by Diamond and manufactured by Diamond to a book that was made up?
The difference, manufactured with versus added. These staples were added. That's it. There's nothing to argue. Sorry.
The Stray Dogs #1 acetate variant was manufactured as a separate book. It has a separate barcode. It
Very
came
important.
from the distributor and from the publisher Diamond. It was a limited edition, and that was monitored. Sorry, my English is bad by the end of the night. That was monitored, and they cannot say that these are the same thing. They are
they can
totally
say they
different.
can't. Who do they think they're talking to?
I don't know. That's why I was insulted and offended when I read that, because they think that we are fools and we don't know the difference. I mean, we are the collectors. We are not the sellers who just buy things to, send them. We actually check every book. I own the Stray Dog #1 first print while back. I didn't get the acetate one because I thought, okay, it was $100 back then, and that one was $10. You know the difference. So when they say that, that was also offending the creator of Stray Dogs, and she actually left a comment on the CGC forum saying, "Don't drag this book to this."
Oh, God bless her. That's awesome.
So I am asking the question, who do they think they are working for? They should be working for their reputation. And now I can't see myself trusting that at all. Because I was waiting for the last hope. As you said, I was waiting for their reply. I was waiting for them to explain why. But when their explanation came with an example that is not real, I cannot take that. And I am sorry. And I couldn't not make a video right away saying, I'm sorry, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. Now I can probably go to CBCS, because we were waiting and saying, would CBCS take advantage of this? Now, I want everyone to know, I am not sponsored by CGC. I'm not sponsored by CBCS, and I have books in my collection. Probably my books are 50-50, because I send my books here and there, whoever has the fastest turnaround time. This is how I do it. I am impatient, so this is how I do it. And I was like, actually, I was just curious, because I asked a couple of people who work in the grading, and I got all of the answers, but not the same when it's coming from a company that has also their reputation on the line. So I was actually more curious to see if a Black Flag had a deal with CBCS as well. Like, I was thinking if they would answer the same thing, then that's it for me for grading. That's it for grading, because it's very obvious the book is something that I could make myself. I've printed on plastic paper before, and all you need is a staple, and this facsimile book, you just buy it on eBay. It's the same barcode. When it's the same barcode, no one would be able to detect it, let's be honest. I could even print it with different colors and say that's a secret variant, right?
Yeah.
How would Black Flags say, no, it's not, we didn't do it? Would they be able to?
They actually might not be able to,
They will not be able to prove it. If I printed with
you could just tell them, oh, you guys must have forgot while you were cooking up all that other nonsense. You forgot about this one you made.
What I could do, actually, I mean, I'm not going to do it because I'm not that kind of person, but I could easily do that. And then if they say, no, we didn't do it, I will say, okay, prove it. You are lying. You sold it to me for $1,000 and you're lying. I mean, it could be easily done that way. But of course, I'm not that person. But I'm giving probably ideas now to some people out there.
The boy who had 7. Hello, my friend. Sorry.
Anyway,
I don't usually see him here. Very nice to see you.
Yeah.
Sorry. When something is not monitored, it could be done, so many ways. How would they prove it? How would they prove it's not something that they've printed? Anyway, so I was really, really, really waiting for CBCS reply, because if it was similar to the CGC one, if they say grade it, on the same scale and it's a variant or whatever, I would have been like seriously done with the whole grading thing. But then CBCS replied that this book is not done by the added cover is not added by the manufacturer. And they said that, therefore, when they grade that book, they will grade the original cover that was added by the manufacturer, ignoring the top layer, that is the plastic one. And they would give it a grade starting from 7. The reason is that there's extra staples that are you know, creating extra holes in the cover, and that would grade it down to 7. That's where the book would start. It's not a 10.
Mm.
It's not. It won't
Mm.
start from 10 and then deduct points. It starts from 7. And they said that as that applies to a book that was altered by anybody who is not the manufacturer. And that reply was meant a lot to me. Now, it's not a war against CGC for me, or, you know, favoring one over the other. It was all about, am I done with grading? Because this is all bad business, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
This was it for me. Like, I enjoy this, but I am not happy with the way this is going. They are not respecting the rules that they put themselves. They are bending their own rules, which means now it's this. Next month, what? Last month they were grading, CGC was grading an invisible book.
Yeah.
I will tell you something. Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I know this is not a topic
Wait,
today, but
you know, Manu has an invisible card, so he has no leg to stand on. But please go ahead.
now for
I
the
didn't
invisible
assign
book,
it a grade though. No, I'm just joking.
for the invisible book, their deal was like to create it as a novelty thing with Bad Idea, and they created one of each grade that goes from grade 10 to grade 0.5. So basically it's a
Yeah.
novelty thing because there's no book in the case, and it only costs them a case and a piece of paper on the top that says the name of the book and the grade, right?
Mhm.
Right. Now the way that they've done that was, in my opinion, a very bad business plan. Again, you don't need a business degree to know that, because what they've done is a deal with a company that was dissolving or whatever they were doing. I mean, I don't know anything about them anymore, but I know they don't have much things going on. And that deal was to create these books for them based on this kind of thing. And then Bad Idea announced that they're going to sell grade 10, I think, for $1,000, and then the prices go in different ways for different grades. I don't know how much CGC got from that deal, but trust me, when the idea came out first, before we know the prices, I was um, going to jump and buy one of these because it's so cute to have it in the office. But when I saw the price tag, I was like, that's like, I don't know the word. That's the most insane attempt to rob somebody.
It was a bad
Yeah.
idea.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
it was
just
a bad
that.
idea.
When you're hyping some idea, which is nice, and then it doesn't cost you anything to create, it doesn't cost them anything. It's the place of plastic that's on the CGC case and the paper. And I bet you that cost them like $5 to make, probably 10 with
Well,
the labor.
yeah.
So why not?
Let's go. Oh, sorry.
So what I was thinking, why not make that kind of a novelty thing on your website, sell it for everybody who wants one, because it's a novelty thing,
Yes.
for like
Yes.
$50. You
Yes.
know?
And it
Why say
should
it's
be a different
collectible?
label. It should be yeah.
Why
Yeah.
it's not collectible. It's an empty piece of plastic. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
even
they just made an empty piece of plastic collectible and hyped it. They would have made so much more money selling empty plastics to so many people. And again, you don't need a business plan to know that.
no, and
So
I'm totally with you. The bad idea thing, the novelty of that, what you just said is what I wanted to interrupt you so bad because that idea was cooking in my head and then you said it. So I'm so happy. And all I got to say now is I agree. If they wanted to be a part of that, that should have been sold with a different label, just like a fun thing. It should be their novelty label. It should be their,
exactly.
their gift store thing, exit through the
Yeah,
gift shop. It should be
exactly.
the thing that
Exactly.
you buy, the ornament for the Christmas tree, the 9.8 sticker that means nothing now. It should be that kind of thing. And
Yeah,
it should be one price. You want it to be a 10, make it an 11, make it a 10.9. Who cares? Because
exactly.
it's nonsense
Exactly.
anyway, right? And so
Exactly.
they should not pander to these other businesses, or I don't know if that's the right word, but they shouldn't be in cahoots with these other businesses that have their marketing campaigns. CGC has reduced, we're giving them way too much credit by even explaining all of this much. The bottom line is they have no integrity, they have no scruples, they have no principles, they have no authority over collecting, yet we've given them that authority. We're taking it back now.
Yeah, I think
It's over for them. In the way that it's been, it's over for them. I'm really happy about that. I'm not here championing somebody's failure. They haven't failed yet. They haven't fallen off yet. But the writing's on the wall, unless we have no respect for ourselves.
Mhm.
Unless we have no respect for ourselves and our money and our hobby and our precious items, then they're going to continue to succeed. But I don't know. And maybe this is going to create a divide. And I didn't want to divide. I didn't want to create division. But if this creates a divide between people that don't care what they buy and don't care how they're treated and other people that actually have respect for this community, well, then maybe that's what's going to happen. And CGC could be their grading company and we'll figure out something else, you know. But I stand for that something else. I do not stand over here with that company or anybody. Like, I just can't do it. And my tone has changed dramatically week after week. It went from, I love you, CGC, but you're letting me down. I'm hoping you fix it, to, you know, the heck with you, CGC. You guys do not care. Somebody left a comment here. It was Ryan Humphreys said, to play devil's advocate, great movie, even though no Meg Ryan. My God. CGC is big. Absolutely right. Large corporations slip and hopefully they learn. See, that's an excuse that we've already made for them and we can't make it 100 times. They're no longer slipping. They're intentionally doing whatever's in their best interest. It's not a slip anymore. I am sure their missteps are very minor when looking at the bigger picture. Whose bigger picture? Their bigger picture? Yeah, it's minor to them because they're looking at a couple $1 billion and they're trying to figure out how to get there. It's just that for them. They've already been, half of their company belongs to an investment firm. Okay, so the rest of their exit plan is how to get big enough to sell for even more money and then just hit the road, right? The bigger picture for us, that's the bigger picture that matters. Why do I care what their bigger picture is? You know, and the bigger picture for us is just integrity.
That's my
Yeah.
bigger picture. It's
So
individual.
Ryan, so Ryan, I understand your comment, and that's the way that Naj and myself and a lot of our friends in the community used to approach it. But that's over with. That's boring now. That's lame now. That holds no water anymore. You know? And the reason that CGC couldn't come out with a good excuse is because they already had 3 other books lined up with stupid plastic covers stapled to them after the fact to release in a few days. They didn't know Naj was going to open up this can of worms. They didn't know Naj was going to hit them where it hurts. And they didn't have anything to do but to say, we're so sorry, but unfortunately, we've invested more of our time into these stapled covers, and we're going to hope to waste your money on these too. So please continue to buy this crap. And I hope nobody does. And you know what? I'm also not in favor of like shaming anyone. Like, there are a lot of memes going on with certain people making fun of them and making fun of their involvement. And I get why it's happening. And some of them are very amusing. But that's also not something that I'm super like in favor of condoning, because, you know, like Nerdy Girl, she's just doing what she can, you know, like, you know, she's a hustler. She's hustling. Come on, man. None of us are, listen, guys, let's just call it like it is. None of us are confused about Nerdy Girl's agenda in selling comic books. All right. So
True.
let's not be
That's her
surprised when
job.
it's
That's
her
her
job.
job.
It's her job. So let's not be surprised when she tries to take advantage of a loophole. The point is, CGC is where the buck is supposed to stop. CGC is supposed to be our blanket, our security. CGC is supposed to control what happens before it gets to the end consumer and legitimize something that isn't legitimate. They have failed us. Everyone else could do whatever they want. It's everyone else's job to pick up the crumbs wherever they can get it. CGC is supposed to have more respect, and they've lost it. Sorry, I could tell. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add something, that all of these people angry at the influencers getting the books, that's their job. They want to get the books to flip them. That's their job. We know that already.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they are not the people who created the book without the approval of Marvel, and they are not the people who graded the books.
Yeah,
That's something you
absolutely
need to
right.
keep in mind. People who have been distracted by the things that's happening with the who bought the book, you are just being distracted from the real issue. That's not the real issue. That happens in every con. That happens every day with every drop, when the bots go and buy all of the exclusive online. That happens with every single book. And there's also all of the rumors about store exclusive, where the store people themselves don't sell you the number of books because they want to keep some to themselves to sell after the release of the book.
Oh yeah, this kind of thing happens. Yeah,
this happens every day. This is not the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is we have a book that was made up without the approval of Marvel a year after its release, called, I mean, how dare they call it an C2E2 exclusive? It's not.
Right. It's not.
It's not an
There,
exclusive. I'm very glad that the CGC cover doesn't say C2E2 exclusive. Otherwise, I would be like, oh my God, the CGC label. Glad it doesn't say that.
right.
Um, so we have all of these issues. The issue is the authenticity of CGC as a grading
Something,
company. Sorry?
yeah. No, something just occurred to me. I wrote a note so I can hold that thought. Yeah.
Yes, so that is the problem. The problem is we have a company that its job to say what's authentic and what's not. And
Yeah.
this is not authentic.
They don't do their job anymore. We're doing them too much of a favor, even explaining. I need
Yeah,
people to just hear us. They are no longer a grading company. They are a reputation that was once relevant, falling apart, and we're continuing to keep them afloat. And all they're doing is crapping on us. Like, it's just the truth. So a couple of
it
things that I
is.
want to say.
It is.
Yeah.
They have one job to say this book is authentic and collectible. That's all they have.
And to encapsulate it in a way that might protect it. But they have failed at their original job, and they also have failed in building a secure encapsulation. They have failed across the board. So that's it. But I will, the blame, when we talk about the influencers or the resellers that are in this, yeah, their job is to make money, is to flip a book. If they assume there's going to be a demand for something, well, they're going to try to find the biggest way to capitalize on it. That is how it goes. But there are certain people that are supposed to control. There are certain controls that are supposed to be in place, and they're supposed to have respect for their own principles as a business. Let's talk about the retailer that sold us, Black Flag Comics. I don't know them. I don't know the guy personally. I got no horse. Well, I do have a horse in the race because I'm on the side of the collecting community. I want to be here in 20 years with a healthy, thriving, positively influenced community. So I do have a horse in the race. I do not care if Black Flag Comics is around in 20 years, because if you screw the community, well, I have no respect for you anymore. I don't care, right? So for them to do this, at first I was like, that's fine. But what really ticked me off, even if they sold in bulk a bunch to certain people that they have friendly relationships with, great. But to the rest of the people that waited in line, whoever decided they wanted to buy this ugly cover, whatever, that's everyone's choice. But to the people that waited in line, for the Black Flag employees or owner or staff, whatever, to turn to the community members in line and say, hey guys, we didn't sell them all. We still have some. We had no limits originally, but now we're going to limit it to 2 per customer. Even though everyone else took boxes of them, we're going to limit it to 2 per customer to you good Samaritans in line. And on top of that, we're raising the price from our advertised $85 to $100. How do you like that? While you're in line, after we've sold boxes full to these other people that are selling them for $200-300 through whatever channels they're selling them through, it's not the channel's faults either. We're going to raise the price on you. Black Flag really screwed up here. Tremendously dropped the ball. So they're going to deal with whatever they're going to deal with. Now, the other thing that's interesting to me is earlier today, I had a conversation with a really good friend, really great collector, great eye for collecting, great passion for collecting. His name is Ryan. His Instagram account is called Cueva_Comics, but I think it has 3 A's. It's CUEVAAA_Comics, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm going to get certain things wrong, but this cover had, it said USA on it. It had a folded up flag on it. Quite frankly, they made a mockery, because they did this to appeal to whatever they thought they were appealing to, and they did it with no integrity behind it. The USA stamp, and on the back it says, I don't know, like, to me the saying is "In God we trust." I don't know what "In God we entrust" means. I don't know what that means. Is that a variant of the saying? Is that incorrect? I don't know. But a lot of people online are saying, well, that's just silly anyway. Who let that get there? And then there are veterans that are offended that the flag is folded up incorrectly. I don't know anything about this. I'm just going off of what I heard. Apparently that triangular fold is incorrect. You're not supposed to be able to see the stripes beneath it. Right. You're only supposed to be able to see the stars. So that's already a disrespectful mockery of it. And then my friend Ryan, he currently still serves, right? And so he initially bought this. When he saw this, he bought it passionately. I want this. But after he bought this book, and I'm going to say something. Well, first I want to say West Coast Dave Dave, yeah. All of your comments have been brilliant, my friend, and thank you for being here. And I'm going to catch up on some of those. And so My friend purchased this comic because he wanted to. He called some friends at C2E2 and they weren't able to make it happen. So he actually bought it on Whatnot, on a Whatnot Live. And he bought it from, maybe I shouldn't be saying all of this, I'll leave names out, but he bought it from somebody and he felt decent about his decision. But then after the news started coming out about what's happening, Naj really left this time.
She did.
After news started, where did she go? After news started coming out about what's happening, that's so distracting, right? Like just to see her disappear completely.
Yeah.
After the news started coming out about what was happening, our friend asked the person that he bought it from, he said, I don't feel great about this. Can I return this? And the person he bought it from said, yeah, man, I totally understand. Not everybody involved. Hey, Naj, welcome back. Not everybody involved in the reselling of this thing is a bad guy. They're just people trying to get paid, which is their job. But even when they were approached by customers that had bought from them, some of the sellers, they were like, man, I totally get it. I didn't know this debacle was going to go the way that it went. Here's your money back. I would not have been involved had I known this is what it was. Like people that bought that book, they didn't know there was 4 staples in it. They just thought it was a hot commodity for them to sell.
Exactly. They didn't know.
William,
Yeah, you're
thank you,
good.
my friend.
Yeah, they also didn't know that it wasn't made approved by Marvel. They didn't know any of this. So I believe that whoever bought this, probably they need to go back to Black Flag and ask them for the money back.
Yeah, they should, man. Black Flag is going to learn some great lessons here. And CGC isn't going to learn squat because CGC is deaf. They're tone deaf. And it is what it is. I would be so surprised if anything good came out of this in terms of from CGC. They're not going to do anything. They're just not. They're going to try to sell us more garbage. They're going to continue to inaccurately grade books. Naj, why do you keep doing that? And then
She's working on her audio.
and then not to mention, dude, guys, last week I was super excited. Black Flag should change their name to Red Flag. Man, I was thinking those same sorts of puns and stuff like that. And it's funny that there's people offended by the flag and that's part of their name as well. I don't know. But now last week I was excited about this McFarlane signing, right? But I was excited with the caveats. Like I was like, I know this is going to be chaos. I know that sending books to this signing, I'm taking a risk, but I was still going to do it. I'm not. I am not paying them for anything. I am not sending them anything. No money for nothing. I have thousands of dollars worth of unrealized value from books that they've damaged, that they've agreed to correct by giving me complimentary presses. But the whole thought is, I got to trust you guys with fixing this. I'll just take the loss. I've learned a more valuable lesson than dealing with you guys anymore. I'll take the loss. I'm done doing business with you. Good luck. You guys are going nowhere. And I firmly believe that.
Did we talk about the other books that have been graded by Black Flag?
I want to talk about this. Justin, you got something you want to...
this.
Yeah.
Well, Justin, I have a lot I want to say, but I think it's really important that you guys
Justin,
get your thoughts out.
Justin's been quiet for a long time.
Only 43 minutes.
Only.
There's also been quite a few questions here. Sean, I hope you're still with us. You've been asking a lot of questions and we haven't been able to get to them yet. Sean has been asking, basically, what about all these other books? These metal covers, these full covers, these other books where these gimmick covers have been done before.
I have a nice short answer for that.
These special covers.
Yeah, gimmick covers, special covers, shiny, plastic, glow in the dark. All of that's fine. It's up to us to decide what we want to buy. Those are manufactured that way. They are actually real books. It doesn't matter if we don't like what they made or if we think it's stupid. That's up to us to buy whatever these companies think they might be able to sell. Mm-hmm. The point here is this was basically, you could have stapled this cover on in your garage. And if you had enough pull with CGC, they'll call it a new book. That's the problem. None of us could have made this happen. It was the relationships that certain individuals had with CGC that allowed the rules to be bent. We put a lot of trust in those rules. That's what the grading company exists for. So it has nothing to do with manufacturers manufacturing gimmicky stuff. Let that happen. I love a good gimmick.
I think the way I understand the question is that maybe that the precedent had already been set with prior books. He says, are the last Ronin metal covers considered bootleg? Those are not manufactured by IDW. The inner book is, but the metal cover is made by an independent manufacturer. Those are graded by CGC and CBCS.
Yes, but those books have a UPC that they have a barcode that pertains to that actual item. It is
Exactly.
it is a different SKU. It's a different product. This has the same barcode on it as the one that didn't have the plastic cover because it's not part of the book. They could have tied a shoelace around it and called it the shoelace variant.
Yes, exactly. When there
That's
is
the
a
point.
legitimate, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the others made by a legitimate manufacturer who got approval by Marvel or DC or whoever.
Sean
It
said,
is.
oh, sorry.
Sorry?
Sean said last Ronin store variants don't have a barcode. I'm going to go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, I haven't researched this. I'm taking Sean at his word.
Maybe it doesn't
By
have a
asking the
barcode, but
question.
if it's a manufacturer who did it and not a store person who, like us, decided to create a store and just print them, probably there is another thing we have to bring the light to. I mean,
Right.
I'm not familiar with that book.
Last Ronin store variants do have a barcode.
Hmm.
I mean, from the one that I'm looking at, I'll look at another one.
Right. So I'll give my thoughts. First of all, really appreciate both your thoughts for a number of reasons. Number one,
Yeah, they all do.
You've done
Every
the
one of
work
them.
of thinking about it, and I think you're coming from a place of like genuinely caring and not just wanting to be, mad. Like, I think sometimes people could just want to be mad and they just look for things to be
Yeah.
mad at, and guess what? You find it, like it's there, right?
Oh, we didn't
Uh,
look for this though. It
No,
landed on us.
and that's my point. And obviously the aspect of this has kind of been building up. Like this isn't just one thing. There have been other things that that you've had issues with, and others have issues with, and it's kind of all pointing to a direction, right? For me, I can't sit here and say that I've graded enough to consider myself like a knowledgeable grader. I don't know, I probably have 100 CGC graded books. I probably graded 70 of those. I don't think that's a lot. I mean, it may sound like a lot, but I don't think it's a lot in the scale of understanding grading. I don't understand grading notes at a high level. I barely understand the grading scale and all that kind of stuff. But here's what I do understand. Anytime you operate in a world where you're either doing appraising that's supposed to be non-bias, or you're doing grading, which is supposed to be non-bias, you are taking on the mantle of integrity. And we've mentioned that word, and that word gets thrown a lot. You rarely will find any business that doesn't have in their mission and core values integrity, because it is essential. Okay, but it's incredibly essential when you take as a third party, and you get to decide what something is or isn't, and it's done based on an opinion. Okay, now I understand grading should be a fact, but the reality is there's some human decision making involved in there, right? And that's why they have to have things like a head grader, right? A decision maker who makes a final decision. So my problem is I think that CGC, whatever its core values is, which I suspect it includes integrity because they talk about certified guarantee, that they've lost sight of that. And I don't know how they make decisions. I don't know what the org chart's like. I don't know who's deciding what. Is there a head grader for this year and this set? Is there a head grader for this and this? And then maybe there's a head grader that's just handling modern variants, and that person's just completely compromised. I don't know how that's being handled. The idea that it's one person over there like calling all the shots and saying, let's just not have integrity anymore. I doubt that it's that, right?
Right.
But either way, whoever is in charge, their job is to make sure that the core values of the company is being met at every level. And when it's not, you take care of it quickly. And so my bigger issue is that seems to be slipping. Maybe it's related to the fact that they've been like part of the company was bought. What was that? A year or two ago now? And
About a year ago, yeah.
yeah, like there's the mission statement isn't integrity anymore, and it's profit. Like what, I don't know what it is, but it definitely feels like that
Yeah.
is being compromised at some level from some decision maker, because you have you seem to have, I'll use a pun here, different grading scales that's being applied.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not
True.
it's not the same across the board as the way
Oh
we
yeah.
would expect from a
I've got a
consumer.
great email that I'm gonna unleash one day from the head modern grader
Right.
that lied to me, got caught in his lie, and didn't have a way out of it. And I've got it all in writing.
So you have that. The second part of this for me is the idea that I'm going to stop grading at CGC and go to CBCS. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you why. Because I would have to, the same quote principles I would be standing on for not grading at CGC, I would have to compromise for Beckett. Because Beckett just ruined a whole batch of cars for me, probably cost me about $100,000. And they totally misgraded cards. And they're the same company that owns CBCS. So
yeah, CBCS is not the answer to this.
no,
For
no,
sure.
no. I'm making a. I'm not making a point to you. I'm making a point to the general, the general audiences, which is saying like, let's leave this company and go to that one. The think that you're going to leave one pain and go to a pleasure, I don't know that that's actually true. Manu's made the point of, hey, I'm just not going to grade.
Yep.
That's what I heard.
Yep, absolutely right.
And if you want to switch companies, that's your prerogative. But my point is that there's systematic issues throughout the collectible space right now. Yep. And to me, this, and I've only been in this hobby really since February of 2021. That makes me still a noob in some regards. Okay. But what I now kind of waking up a year and a half later and realizing is that, okay, there's been some compromises that are happening. And when I used to look at, say, I'm gonna just use CGC as the supreme example today. If I was in an argument with Manu about something, I would go to CGC to look at where the answer is, like who's going to settle the argument. And what I hear now is like, no, the community has shifted. Is we're not actually hearing that anymore. We're actually saying, no, we don't know that we can trust when you give an answer. And that, to me, if I'm at CGC at any level of decision making and leadership, like I got to win that back. Like I can't lose that.
Yeah.
And at the same time, for me, I don't know. I haven't graded a book in, I don't know. What's the last book I graded? I don't know. I'm not grading books regularly. I don't have anything there right now. I guess what I'm trying to say. And will I be grading another book? I don't know. I know I'm going to have to go through this thought process of, can I trust it? Is this, are they going to handle it correctly? And the thought process of, am I going to be a part of making a change? Can I make a difference? And I will tell you, companies, one email can actually make a difference. You may not think it can. You actually can make a difference, and not making purchasing decisions and following that up with a review, an email. That stuff actually does really get listened to and looked at some point. So that I would definitely take to that. So social media is important, and I don't know how much they look at every single tag and all that kind of stuff, but I definitely think that there's probably some awareness. But man, I would, if they have any kind of compliance department or anything of that nature, like that's where I would be emailing. I know that in my organization, if one person emailed with a complaint, we're gonna look at the whole thing. Like the whole team's gonna look at it. And so maybe you don't think you'll make a difference. I think you might be surprised that you can make a difference, because maybe the first time it's like, oh, somebody just has a complaint, not really sure how to handle that. But if it starts doubling up and they see volume drop, they will make a shift to some degree, in my opinion. I think another issue is I actually would like to see Marvel pull back on allowing all of these comic book exclusive type situations. And this would be me from Marvel, not so much whether it's right or wrong. But for a store to order an exclusive, they have to order a certain amount. Like let's say it's 3,000 books, but they have to limit it because people won't think it's valuable if they don't limit it. And the reason I don't like that is because I don't know if there's if someone says, oh, this is limited to 4, 5, 6, 800 books, do they have to prove what they're doing with the remaining books that's got Marvel's logo on it, that is a licensed issue? Because it feels like it creates a compromising situation. And I don't know, tell me this, Naj, with Black Flag, didn't they release this book a year prior?
Yeah.
Did they say it was a limited release then
No, that was a facsimile. The facsimile is not limited.
at all?
No, but it's based on the pre-orders. But the thing is, there are three other books that are coming. Two of them were limited last year.
So those just didn't sell out.
No, they actually sold out. Like one of them, the Deadpool Taco one, it was very popular.
I remember that. The
So
Nerdy
I'm
30,
not
is that
sure
what you're calling it?
how they kept some of it aside.
But this now is a limited release with an acetate cover. Is that correct?
Which one? The acetate cover. The copies that they added the acetate cover to, they limited them to 750, which means they only added 750 to the facsimile. But they could have added more if they want to, because they have unlimited numbers of facsimiles. They have so many.
I don't know. I mean, I like exclusives. Variants make me nervous from a gimmick standpoint. We can get into what like actually harms the hobby from a collectible, standpoint, and maybe that doesn't fit quite into the CGC conversation. But overall, I think it's important for whoever's in charge at CGC to get back to whatever their core values are, and if it doesn't include integrity, they need to rethink their core values, because
100%.
the core value here's why core values exist in business, and they exist because they make the decision for you. Like, you don't even have to think. And when you have integrity as a core value, especially in the world of grading, like appraising, anything that even has the appearance of being a conflict of interest, you shouldn't do.
Exactly.
Even if it has
Exactly.
it doesn't mean it actually is a conflict of interest, but if it has
Exactly.
the appearance of it,
You got to
do
be
it.
careful. And I want to jump in just because facts are important. The Ultimate Fallout 4 Clayton Crane facsimile that was released September 15th of 2021, which is the same book that they had 750 additional of, that they stapled this plastic cover to. It was in fact limited. The trade dress was limited to 3,000 and the Virgin was limited to 1,000. The Virgin cover is not in question here because that's not the one that they redid. The one that they redid was the trade dress. That was a 3,000 copy print run released September 15th, 2021.
Right. But what we don't know is, did Marvel require them to order 5,000? And this is their way of using. You see what I'm saying? And this is their way of reusing those books in a way. And that's fine. Like, honestly, I don't care. People are trying to make money, and as long as they're being honest about it, like, I don't really care about that.
Yeah, CGC just shouldn't have graded it.
Yeah, this goes back to does grading this book uphold and solidify our integrity as a grader? And the answer is no, and that's the issue.
Exactly. And now when we check the numbers of the other covers, and they all have
I want to talk about it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to steal it from you. Yeah.
3 grade 9.9 and 6 grade 9.8. That's for the new 2 covers that are going to be sold soon in the next Comic-Con. I forgot which one they're going to sell it in. So how did that happen? They graded 10 books of each of the covers, but how did 2 get identical numbers of the grades?
How? It must have been pre-negotiated.
Well, but here's the thing: even if it's just the coincidence of coincidence, because it has the appearance of being a conflict of interest, you can't trust it.
Exactly.
Yeah. You can't. We've not given these people the benefit of the doubt anymore. There's not 110 mysteriously 3 9.9s and 6 9.8s for 2 books that don't come out for 2 weeks by mistake. That's not an accident.
And somebody checked the Stray Dogs #1 acetate cover that CGC said they are comparing it to. That one has 274, if I am not mistaken, submissions on CGC. I'm trying to remember the numbers now. No grade 10.
Wow. I want to say Cueva Comics is now with us. Ryan, About 15 minutes ago, we did talk about you, and I left some names out. I didn't leave your name out, and I didn't leave your experience with having bought one of the copies and returning one of the copies. What I did leave out was the name of our friend that you purchased it from. If you are still here, and if it's okay for me to reveal that name, because I would like to, because we're going to speak highly of that individual. We already have. We just left his name out because I wanted to check with you. Just go ahead and drop a yes. We could mention him. You said word, but let me see if that means yes, I could mention our friend, and then I'll just let everyone know. Yes, please. That was Rage Theo. That was our good friend
Oh,
Theo.
Rage.
That was Rage. Rage is part of that community of the influence on whatnot. But let me tell you guys about Rage. Rage is the most decent human being. At his core, he's a great individual. Now, he is also hustling, grinding, doing his thing, but we love Rage. And Rage did sell that book. And Ryan Cueva Comics was one of the customers. But when Ryan didn't feel good about it anymore, he talked to Rage, like I said, and Rage said, of course, man, I totally get it, and returned it. That is how you handle things. And that is why Rage is okay in everybody's book. And that's all. Just wanted to say
But
that.
I
Thanks,
need
Ryan.
to
Appreciate it.
say that again. The people who are flipping the book or reselling the book, they are not the people who made the book. They are not the people who
Yeah.
graded the book. They are
Cheers.
they
Yeah.
are they're trying to make a living. So I would like to always leave them out because this happens again in every con,
Mhm.
every drop of a variant. There's always something
Yeah.
like that. So
I'll tell you, I probably had a top 3 experience buying a very expensive comic from Nerdy Girl.
Sure.
Yeah, it was great.
I mean, she's shipping hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of books a month. She knows what she's doing when it comes
Yeah.
to selling books. She's a seller among sellers.
Right.
You know.
yeah,
So
when the community is shifting all of their focus on how the book was sold, they are really leaving out the most crucial questions: is how this book was made and how this book was graded and what's going to happen next. Because let me tell you my fear, or how I see the future of CGC going. If they lose the trust and the integrity is not there anymore, and we don't trust anymore their word, that means we should all go and buy Hulk 180.
what?
Hulk went
Oh,
because
because
CGC.
the first appearance versus.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people are paying all that money for Hulk 181 just because CGC wrote on the cover first appearance, right? But if some other company comes later in the future and the CGC loses their, image, and another company comes in the future and decide that this is what the community wants. I mean, I'm not saying that this is what I want, basically. I'm out of the Hulk 180, 181, but I'm just saying, giving it as an example. Then the shift is going to happen in price. You know what I mean? We are putting our money based on what they're putting on their label. When one thing is wrong, how am I going to trust that everything else is right? Then I question everything else.
And that's the point that I'm bringing it back to. All of the additional things that we're saying is actually just muddying the water and making it even more convoluted. Like, we want to express ourselves. Everything you're saying is perfectly accurate, and we should say, and everything I'm saying, I should say, but it's confusing everyone. It's not necessarily, but it's a lot of talk when the main point is we cannot trust them. Period. They don't have integrity. Period. They don't grade accurately. Period. That stupid book is altered. It was made last year. 4 staples were added last week. That's it. These aren't things that you can argue, but the fact that we're arguing is also just doing them a favor, right? Because we keep trying to justify it. The facts are the facts. The company is no longer what it's supposed to be. And then the thing that you're saying about 181 and 180, I mean, that was community decided long before a grading company. That book's been debated for decades and decades, and that's if another grading company decides to say 180 is the first appearance, there's still going to be a whole community that's going to say that's a cameo. That's a community argument. That's a different sort of discussion. But yeah, CGC's trust gone, completely gone.
So I have to do something because my insides are just exploding.
Get it out.
So I cannot do blanket statements. So
okay.
I can't in my own nature say CGC as a whole doesn't, they don't like, because my brain goes, there's probably men and women in that company that really do have integrity and really
Yeah,
want to
of
do the right.
course.
And so, but but the experience of the consumer right now is one of, hey, the integrity has been lost, right? And so it makes me think about what steps could we see that might would right the ship. Like, what would you like to see next?
Okay, I will give you an example to answer
Mm-hmm.
that question. So not a while ago, the CGC graded a slice of a cover,
Mm-hmm.
which was just a small piece like of paper that says number 1 on it, if you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And that slice was put in a big case and it was auctioned and it was sold for $7,000. And the label said that this slice was from Action Comics #1, the first appearance of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
So then I felt that was silly. The whole community felt that was silly. There were so many questions about how CGC verified that this actually small piece of slice of
Right.
paper is from Action Comics 1. So I made a video about it, actually a couple videos about it, and the question went to CGC and they dealt with that with integrity. They reached out to me saying they are going to ask the head of a grader um, about the story of this slice and how they graded it and how they verified it, and that they're going to help bringing that answer to the community.
Mm-hmm.
And they sent me an email directly from him, copied, basically, or forwarded from him, telling the story of that slice, where it came from, images of that, and that was very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Because it answered the question that we all had: how does CGC now grade anything? We had that question: would they grade anything if I bring them a slice, a piece of paper? They would grade it, and the question was like, no, it was actually based on this, that, and facts, where it came from, how they actually compared it to an Action Comics one that they had in the office, so they knew that it's exactly, not a made up piece of paper or
They had an
whatever.
ungraded action one in the office.
Apparently they do. That's what they said in the email.
That's
Probably
incredible.
scans of it. I don't know.
Okay, I got
But
you.
they answered it with some facts that were enough for the community to say, oh, okay, that makes sense. We will let that go because it makes sense. There is a background
Mm-hmm.
to this piece of paper. We now understand its history, where it came from. Okay. So I was expecting something like that, to get some answers that make sense, even slight sense.
Mm-hmm.
That one made the slightest of sense. But I was hoping for something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When they came back with some kind of announcement like, um, the artist made this, so we are part of manufacturing. Since when the artist is part of the manufacturing?
Mm-hmm.
Since when the artist is paid to do the art and then send it to Diamond to print it for them? And they're always complaining that that Diamond's printing sometimes is not good, and the shipping and all that. Since when the artist could just print something in their office and say, this is it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that was really disappointing when they got me that answer. And I was like, okay, I'll see if the community
Mm-hmm.
accept it.
Yeah.
And when I put that, the community didn't accept it either. So, because sometimes when you're in this trying, you think maybe you're crazy. I was thinking maybe I'm crazy, but the
Right.
number of people who were like, we need to know what's going on, was like very big, and the support was really amazing. And I think that's great to have, to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
We need to. If you don't question these grading companies, they
Mm-hmm.
would think they could do anything basically. And now I feel bad I didn't question every single thing that happened in the past couple months, because so many things happened in the past couple months.
Yeah.
So, share a story with you, okay? In 1998, when you ordered an appraisal, okay, try not to be long-winded. Not to be long-winded, but when you would order an appraisal, if the appraisal was for more than 80% or 20% above the sales price, you would not have to have a down payment, okay, on the house. Well, the problem that happened there is many appraisers began to appraise the properties for 20% more than the sales price routinely. So people didn't have to have down payments. This especially happened in the commercial realm. Well, that led to the housing crisis in the late 1980s. Okay. And because of that, the regulation called FIREA was put in place. And FIREA basically laid out some rules. One of those rules was that a lender could never base their loan to value on just the appraisal. It had to be sales price or appraisal, whichever was the lowest. And it took out the opportunity for collusion, corruption, misinformation, any of that kind of stuff. That revolutionized the appraisal industry all the way up into the 2000s. And then what was happening in the late 2000s is that there was lenders could just pick their appraiser. Okay. And I'm using appraisals because these grading is appraising. You're appraising the book. The quality of a book is being appraised. Well, in the late 2000s, the lender could pick the appraiser. Well, what happened there is you had appraisers who was like, I get more business if my values are higher. Well, that created the housing crash of 2008, where the market got way overheated. You know, we had bad loans coupled with high appraisals, and it caused a housing crisis. Okay, the crash. And so then new regulation came out where lenders could not directly engage an appraiser. They could not choose them. They had to be randomly selected, and the lender could not actually speak to the appraiser directly. And that regulation has actually worked. Those two things combined now is why we have less than a 1% foreclosure rate, even after going through the COVID economy. Okay. And so what I'm thinking about here with CGC, like, number one, there's really no regulation, like, at all, like from an authority that comes in and looks at and says, you're not doing this in a way that actually matches the industry standards, the integrity that you hold to, and any of like the professional standards that you code of ethics that you've agreed to. And if you don't keep those standards, you're going to get fined or whatever. Right. And I'm not a huge fan of regulation, so don't hear me talk about that. Let's not make this political. But my point is there's no oversight to the one who's like making these decisions, right? And so the only option we have is to regulate it by our purchases. That's the only decision we have right now that I can see is that, hey, we're not going to send you money until you can show us that you're going to self-regulate in a way that we can trust and build integrity. And when you have, there's, it seems like there's just too strong of a connection between these exclusives and CGC. They're just almost in the same bed. And it feels like there really should be some separation there. Like there really needs to be some type of firewall or something that protects, that, allows us to know that the only thing CGC cares about is grading it correctly. They don't care, how many is being sold or pre-sold, pre-done, or whatever, like whatever they're doing over there. Because you can get guaranteed 9/8 now on pre-order. Have y'all done that?
Guaranteed 9/8 on pre-order? Well,
yeah,
I've seen the guaranteed 9/8, and they say something about. I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, this is a disclaimer, but come on.
Yeah, they say they.
No,
CG understands if they're not pumping out 9/8, then they lose. They lose a potential customer.
A 9.8 on a brand new book is not hard to identify. If you're manufacturing a book correctly, it's easy to manufacture a 9.8. There is something that I wanted to say really quickly, taking it back to, because it was important for you to express that, Justin, that you don't agree with the blanket statements, and you want to be, you want to take the approach of saying, there are people that have integrity in there. Sure, there are. But again, that doesn't affect the grading of my comic book. Like they don't, it's falling apart somewhere. And I know, I've thought about this recently, and I was actually having a conversation earlier today about this, that there are friends of mine that work at CGC. Mm-hmm. There are people that I have good relationships with that work at CGC. The company has failed them. You've got the CGC logo embroidered on your shirt. you're getting a paycheck from CGC. You obviously want to feel good about the company you work for. You're not going to bash them publicly. You want them to win. Unfortunately, I can't pretend something is different because there are good people that work there. It's still falling, but I want to say you're right for what you said. I am just looking at it as the whole and not attacking any individual. And I know people's livelihoods depend on that company going on. Well, then the company should respect that the same way they should respect us. If they've collapsed, it is the company's fault. And the employees should recognize that and hopefully fight a little harder. I got a feeling there's not much fighting happening there. You know, that's a blanket statement, but someone prove me wrong. You know, show me an employee fighting for some change. Show me an employee willing to come out and say my company sucks and I want to improve it. I ain't seen that.
Yeah.
Lip service. That's what I've seen. So I get where you're coming from.
It's just in my nature. I can't turn it off.
I get it. No, and it's the right thing. It's the right thing because it's so true. And I'm recognizing that, but I'm going to speak up for the other side of it more because that's what's going to get the job done, not just feeling bad for the employees that might be over there with good intention. They don't run the show. They don't grade my books. They don't encapsulate them because those aren't the people that are taking care of my books, apparently. If they cared, my books wouldn't show up the way they show up. But I get what you're saying. Absolutely. And we have friends that work there. Good people work at CGC. CGC, fix yourself so that our good friends can continue making a living representing your brand. If for no other reason, do it for that reason.
Yeah. Now, Marvelous brings up a good point. Valor is cool. He took care of me. So Valor grades comic books as a second job to take care of his family. And, if CGC doesn't uphold their integrity of grading, then people like him suffer.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. Yes. I mean, I this is a sacrifice for me. Me speaking out against CGC is me sacrificing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I'm not doing this for entertainment. I'm doing it because there's nothing else left. I make a good amount of money selling books. If I'm not grading, that is affecting how much money I'm making. But there's something more important here. I don't care about that because it will all fall apart. Yeah, I'll make another 30 grand. And then what? It will all fall apart if we don't fix it. This is when something gets too far overblown, and it collapses. In the 90s, it collapsed. All the companies got all excited. Let's take advantage of everything. Let's make as much money. It went to sleep for 20 years. We are not isolated from another, let's call it collecting recession. You know, this can go to sleep for another 10 years. Enough people can get frustrated. Enough people can feel disrespected. And not only will CGC fail, but publishers will fail. Comic book stores will have to close down again like they did in the 90s. And we'll go into the ice age again until the sun shines a decade from now.
I was thinking about that this morning. My father, who has zero technological ability, in the 90s, somehow ordered the death of Superman and the rebirth of Superman. Remember when Superman, not the death of Superman. Remember where he was took on this electrical suit, he's light blue, and you remember that?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, gosh, wasn't it? He bought it, I think, from QVC, but everything was a gimmick. Everything was a gimmick. And everything was being oversold, so to speak. And there was, all these different things. And yeah, I mean, we're obviously headed towards that. We're selling gimmicks. We're not selling collectibles.
Yeah. And that's not what the case should be. Man, I really hope that this is not what happens. I really hope it hasn't gotten to the point where enough people are like, well, this sucks, I don't want any part of this. This isn't fun. I mean, it could happen.
There it is. Blue Superman. There we go.
That's what it was called?
I think so.
Literally? I love it. So, either they change, whatever that means. I don't know how they prove to us that they've changed, or a new company comes around, or as collectors, we have some self-respect and we say, hey, you know what? We don't have to grade for a while. I know it's going to slow down some money. The truth is, if I have, which I do, but if I have raw or graded, if I have a raw 252 9.8, a raw book, but it looks like a mint condition perfect book, I might be able to sell it to the right buyer for $700 or $800. I might. But if it's graded as a 9.8, I'm selling it for like $2,000, right? That's the truth. And if I'm not grading all of my raw books, which are exceptionally mint condition, because I know what I'm doing and that's how I collect, I am losing all of that money. But the cost of grading with them is supporting them. The cost of selling the CGC product is supporting CGC. The cost of representing it on my page is me putting my stamp on it. I got too much integrity for that. I'll lose the money,
That
period.
book.
Because I won't lose collecting. Oh, there it is. I won't lose collecting. I won't lose my passion. I won't lose the hunt. I'll just have to be, I just have to sell more books because I'm going to get $1,000 less per, but you're still going to buy 9.8s for me because that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think more people can take that approach. And for the people that aren't as confident or can't take that approach, quite frankly, sacrifices got to be made. If you want a better collecting future and you want collecting to stay around, because it could all go away, all right, we're having economic troubles, we got people slowing down their spending, you combine it with this whole thing could collapse, all right? And if you don't want that to happen, some sacrifices need to be made, because we need to go back to just being happy collecting, sharing with people that are passionate and loving it. And when the opportunity to make money from it shows itself, make it. Or when that sort of enthusiasm comes back and the market's ripe for that, let's take advantage. But we have to do it with integrity. And that means right now sacrifices have to be made.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, man. Just a CGC. Right.
All right, you want something lighthearted?
Yeah, let's do it.
Well,
All
one
right.
thing I am hoping for is that last time when the thing happened with CGC announcing that they don't want to put the notes on the label anymore, then CBCS announced that they will always do that and it's free forever, whatever. What happened is like a couple days after CGC announced that, oh, we are going to now give you the grades for free.
Yeah.
So there
It's
is
Or they
this
will react.
competition there.
They do have ears. They are listening.
Yeah, so there is this competition there. So this is why I want to make sure that they read the comments on the announcement of CBCS. This is really important that they know.
Yeah,
Oh, they
and I know,
will. They will.
I know you said that, but CBCS said that they're going to grade this as an altered book, right?
Yes, they are
And
going to
so,
grade this as a book that is that has a cover which is added by someone who's not the manufacturer, and they are going to grade it as extra staples added by non-manufacturing things. So
mhm,
they create hole on the cover, therefore the grade starts from a 7,
yeah,
7.0.
makes sense.
Wow. That is,
And they
I
made
like
a
it.
clear statement saying that this is not going to be treated as a variant. So they're not going to write any kind of extra information. It's the exact book that was altered.
If I took and stapled another cover on, say, like a Golden Age book, how's that? How would that be treated?
Well, they will grade the original cover.
Yeah,
Now you have two options. Is the original cover still there?
yeah. Just say I stapled something over the top of it.
Okay, they will grade the original cover and they will probably state that extra facsimile or reprint added on top. But they will give you lower grade because of the extra staples or whatever. You've punched the book again in the wrong places or something like that. So they're going to consider that in the grade and that will lower it. But if there is no original cover at all and you just have a reprint on it, probably it will go with no grade, I think.
Maybe so. I've seen some weird things, but regardless, the point is it's acknowledged and you are
Mm.
docked for it in some way, shape, or
Yeah,
form. You're
it's not
not
graded the
given,
same way this other book
It's
is.
not
you don't
a
get
That's
it.
my
10.
point.
For
Yeah.
sure, it's not going to be a 10. Now,
No.
a 10 for a book that's been altered,
Yeah.
that's the crazy thing. If they went with a
Andrew,
9.8, well, I'll tell you something. If they went with a 9.8, acknowledging on the label that um, acetate cover added in 2022, probably I would never say anything about it. I will just
right.
let it slide, and I will not notice
Yeah.
any of the thing. Any of the,
Yeah.
I would not
Yeah.
notice that it's a recycled book that Marvel hasn't, done anything about it. I probably never notice any of that.
Right.
But
that is all of what I wanted. Just them acknowledging that this is a recycled
Well,
book.
it's not over with yet. You may hear something. We'll see.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what's going to come of this? I mean, it's very important that all of this happens. This conversation, like a few months ago when we started speaking out about certain things, we knew, Andrew, hello, William, thank you. We
Mhm.
knew that people were starting to listen to us. Like we knew, like our community started to respond, like I was engaged in so many conversations, and it gave a little hope that okay, this might actually, we have to, it is our responsibility to speak up. We have to, because this is truth. These are not smear campaigns or whatever it's called. This is just truth. And then after this, after you doing basically an informative series that is not over yet,
Mhm.
look at the response. I see your stories. I'm just going through stories, and there's a repost of your story. There's a screenshot of your story. There's someone congratulating Naj, thanking Naj. Someone makes a Naj meme. This means you are being heard. We are being heard because what we're saying is what needs to be said. No one can listen to us and think, oh, these are just angry haters. Okay, send a book to CGC. You find out what you become, right? This is really great. It's really important that they had to screw up like this repeatedly to get to a point where our voices are heard, because now everyone is like, oh, we can't avoid it. You could turn any direction and see something someone's upset about. And I think it just, sometimes you have to go this far in the wrong direction to be turned around. And yeah, maybe CGC will turn it around. But you're right. If they just would have wrote that, altered label, book manufactured 2021, this thing added in 2022, buy it if you want. Like that's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be enough for me. Like if they just said this cover, the book was printed 2021, which actually now it's acknowledged that way, but just add this bit.
Yeah.
Because now without that bit, they are saying that the whole book was printed in 2021, which is not true.
Right. It's
So
not.
this
It's
is where
completely
I
not true.
am
Yeah.
going back to my original question. If they are an authentication company, their job is to authenticate the book, and they didn't, then why should I trust them with other books?
Mhm.
Right. Right.
That's my original question.
Yeah, so
Cross Bronx, what's up?
Keith had a question.
Yeah,
Not sure
Keith, what's going on?
if it's related. I see artists take books and draw over the covers and regrade them. Does that add value? What's the purpose?
You
It's
mean like a
about
sketch?
sketch covers, probably,
Yeah.
or the remarks. Do you want to answer that, Manu?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. Two sides to that. It's like it's the same thing as having like an artist sign a book. Some people want artists to sketch the book, and sometimes there are blank covers just designed for an artist to draw all over it. And the thing, and that's perfectly fine. In most cases, if it's a sketchbook, it's designed to be drawn on. So with the drawing, it's most likely worth more. Every book is worth more if the artist does a better sketch on it. The question, a nice sketch on it, because there's a buyer for that. Your buying pool shrinks because not everybody likes their book to be drawn on, but the buyers that you have are going to pay more for it than the pool that would have paid for a non-drawn on 9.8. But the other thing about that is those books will only get a yellow label through CGC if that process is witnessed. You can't just have an artist draw on a book and then send it to CGC and they're like, oh, well, that's clearly Clayton Crane's drawing, so we'll give it a blue label. No, they have rules. We have to see it happen. Well, they didn't see these staples go into the book. But anyway, that's a different story. That doesn't matter. They shouldn't have witnessed it anyway. I should have left that little bit out. But that's all. It does add value. Your buying pool shrinks, but they will pay a higher dollar and you can find that buyer. People like things with more of the artist drawing on them. They like that
We
stuff.
do. So I've got Ash Gonzalez pulled up here. He says, I'm perfect for that question because Ash Gonzalez literally does that. He has comic book covers, draws on them. And
Oh, I'm a big fan. Sorry, interrupting you. I love your work, Ash. Your work is amazing.
he is amazing. And speaking of his work, check
Oh,
this
I
yeah.
saw
out.
it today on your story. Wow.
So
It was on your
this is,
story? I didn't see it on your story. Okay.
y'all look at that.
Yeah, sick, man.
Ash Gonzalez sketched this for me.
Wow.
It's the homage to the Mickey Mantle rookie card. And my friend Keith, who's here, says that this is a mistake because Spider-Man is a Mets fan. And I acknowledge that in the 616, but in the 318 where I live, he's a Yankee fan. And because I'm a Yankee fan. And doesn't that, I mean, just everything about this, that's actually Ash's signature for Spider-Man. Like he did that.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it looks so good. I cannot wait to get this in hand.
That
just-
is that's one of the most amazing sketches I've ever seen. I love the Jordan rookie sketch, but
Yeah.
this might be my favorite over that. This is quite incredible. So
Well,
yeah,
it's Spidey so up and so up close in this iconic image. The line work is perfect. You don't lose the realism, you know. So the Mickey Mantle is basically a photo that they, it almost looks like a comic. You know, it looks like they take the photo and I think they painted them back in the day. And so it works so perfectly as a sketch card to me. And I'm very, very happy to be receiving
so
this.
you put all this in the works after like last week. You were like your wheels started turning. You're like, I should have Ash, like ask Ash if he could do that, and now it's done. So you obviously were like, boom, I'm gonna get that done. I'm right here as a joke for us. She says, I thought of a new one, manufacturing, because I'm over here ranting about that. That's my name. And that's her seeing herself out.
And I'm gone.
And I'm gone. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. Manufacturing.
But yeah, that sketch, man, I think I like it better than the rookie one. Like that sketch is super dope. It's super dope.
I'm with you.
Ash, nice work, man. That's a brilliant card, man.
He's a guru. I mean, the guy just.
Oh look, Ryan's been converted. Cueva says, "Whoa, following." That's it. You see, that's when you know it's real. You see one card, and you're a believer of that artist. Because look at that card. My goodness.
Yeah.
Amazing art.
So Ash says he's got clients that have lower grades but want higher grades. So I'll either paint right over it or color correct over the color imperfections to bump the grades and sign and turn it into a gold label. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm very happy he does it, but I guess what he's saying is once he sketches over the imperfection is not seen in the grading process. So it's basically like, man, that so because I'm so Marvel card, you know, like, you know, you just don't ever alter a Marvel card. So, but I get this. I guess it, you know, this kind of happened with my my Ultimate Fallout 4. It looked like somebody had dropped something on the cover. You know how it kind of almost punctures through, but not all the way through.
Sure.
It's got a little dimple. Well, that's where Clayton Crane did the remark of Miles Morales. And so that doesn't get seen anymore. So that worked.
Yeah, I don't have any qualms, I think is the word. I don't know. With what
he says
Ash
it's seen as
said,
art.
Yeah, I think you got a scuff on a book, and you're an artist that CGC is doing a thing. So Ash, does that mean like, yeah, that means under the supervision of CGC, of course, right? Because that would be part of the Witness Signature Series program, of course. Dude, I think that makes perfect sense. And that's how you take it. Like when you go diamond shopping, if a diamond has a little imperfection, but you know you're going to set it in 4 prongs, well, you negotiate the one that has an imperfection where one of the prongs is going to go. And that's how you have a flawless stone for the price of a not flawless stone. And so I think it's fantastic.
Well, so Dan says, hey, Spidey and everyone, is there a ballpark for how much these commissions cost? Always tempted to reach out to artists on IG. So I would say definitely reach out. It's not for me to say what commissions cost because the scope of work, the scale, all of that has, you know, an impact. Every artist has their own different way of pricing and so forth.
Yeah.
I will tell you that if I could give you any advice, buy your own blanks, like do the work to get the blanks that you're asking them to sketch on, and take the time, like be patient in terms of negotiating the work and helping the artist understand what it is you want, and then be patient on when you're going to receive it. Because if they're as good as Ash, they get a lot of requests.
For sure.
I can imagine.
Ash, did I leave anything out? Let me know if I left something out, bud. He said it's centered this time. I guarantee you, Ash made sure that it was centered this time.
I definitely saw that. That's funny.
I like my off-center Jordan Spidey rookie.
It was already a 1 of 1. Now it's a 1 of 1 of 1.
Yeah, that's exactly
You
right.
know?
Grade
You know?
6. Oh my gosh.
It's special, man. It's special. What? Okay, sorry. There was something I had. It has eluded me. So yeah. But anyway, this whole thing, I don't think there's a clean conclusion to it. And what did it say? Hold on. Oh, and yeah, and there's not a clean conclusion to it. And obviously, there are 2 or 3 more books coming out that have acetate covers stapled to them. And we'll see what the community does. You know, when Ryan and I were speaking earlier today, he made an interesting point, right? Because now this book, and someone else made this point yesterday as well, but Ryan articulated it in more directly and more concise. And there's now controversy surrounding this book, obviously, and controversy sells, right? So the amount of these books that are out there, these books may in fact still have value. But the value it would be because like this odd craziness is taking place, and that sometimes is something that historically becomes relevant and people think is very cool as a collectability, right?
Yeah.
And perhaps that does exist here. And what I was saying with Ryan earlier today is after he planted that thought, and I was like, you're right. But you know what? That's actually fine because again, that's people deciding what they want to spend their money on. We all know what transpired already. The core problem again is the people that we trust to have to have some integrity is the only word I could use, but well, not the only, but one of the ones.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the problem is. But yeah, this book itself might end up just remaining valuable because of this chaotic sort of episode surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be something that would benefit whomever's taken on the risk of owning it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to and whoever might want to pay for it later. That's a separate thing.
Well, just a reminder about the word integrity. You have an ethical side of integrity, you have a moral side of integrity, and then you have like take my phone here. My phone, everything on it works like it was designed to work. Therefore, it has integrity. If the screen was busted and the screen didn't work, like the touch function, other aspects of the phone may work. Like I may hear it ring or whatever, but the phone would cease to have integrity because it's not working as it was intended to.
Yeah.
And another part of integrity is honoring your word.
Yeah.
Like doing what you say you're going to do. And if you don't, you clean up your mess.
Yeah.
And so, when you think about like, what do we mean by integrity with CGC? We're saying, hey, look, there's an appearance of something over here that may be unethical, right? In a sense of maybe you've gotten in bed too much with, these exclusives or whatever, and that might be going on. And now we're losing trust. But in the terms of like how it was designed to work, what makes it whole and complete, that feels like it's beginning to fall apart a little bit. And then you add that in, you're not honoring your word, meaning that, hey, we said we were going to be about authentically grading these books and making sure you're aware of exactly what you're getting, even though it's encased, because you can't open it up and look at it anymore. And so now that, that's being lost a bit. So integrity has multiple meanings, and I know we're using it blanket, but I do think there's multiple areas in which CGC is having some trouble.
Yeah, I'm with you. I definitely am.
Mm-hmm.
Naj, what did you go get for us?
No, he's just checking my iPad. So
I do want to say, somewhat of a lighter note. This came in.
Oh, I want to see this.
Yeah.
Nice.
There it is. Bought live on air last week.
Yes, last week.
Absolutely love it.
So now that you have it in hand, you're happy with it.
I was happy the moment that the pressure made me buy it, to be honest.
Okay, I was wondering because we did pressure you.
It was perfect. It's what needed to happen, and I'm really actually super pleased to have it. I'm glad that it's still a pop one, and hopefully I could maintain that enthusiasm about it for a while as well. And then I mentioned 1994 Marvel Universe. I wanted to show this card because I love how youthful this set is, and I love this Carnage card, and now it's in my collection as well.
That's a good one, my friend.
It's so cool.
It
It's
is.
so cool. So I quite love that one. Glad that it's there. And then I did post this on my IG the other day, but on my story.
That the colors of this card, they were. This is great. This is beautiful.
So
You
do
don't
you
usually
like?
see card? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you like the black in Carnage like that?
Oh, the black. What I was actually going to point out is we don't usually see these bluish highlights, and
Mm.
I like the black. See, Carnage to me was always a
Well,
super simple. Go ahead.
I that's what I mean. Like it's black, but the blue is the light hitting the black.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I like the way it's done. I think it's a unique take, and we never saw Carnage like that again. And
The,
I think it's cool.
who did this cover? This
So
card.
I don't know what that signature is, so I'm not sure.
I think this
Oh well,
set.
that's not going to show up.
I think the art on this set was created for the card. I think. Where's
Yeah,
where's Manu when you need him? I mean, right there.
Norrin, Joe
Norrin when you need him.
Joe Jusko did the Universe Galaxy painting. That's the
Mhm.
background on most cards, which is interesting. So
Right.
Joe Jusko art kind of exists on every card, and it was
Wow.
Andrew that told me that.
That's
But
right.
this is not drawn by Bagley, I'm pretty sure, because I don't know
Yeah.
what these signatures are. I can't tell what it says, so I'm not.
This is
completely
what I was
sure.
going to ask. I was going to ask if it's a Bagley card because one of his lives, they asked him what is the most difficult character to draw for
He said
him.
Carnage.
Yeah, he said Carnage, and he said he regrets adding all of these details. If he knew that it would be a very successful character that is going to take off and have its own thing, he would have made it much more simpler.
Yeah, maybe so. I didn't
That's what
hear
he
him say
said.
that. Vintage Lord, that was actually, I thank you for clarifying that, because I do recall last year when the Marvel card, thing started to really ramp up.
Mhm.
Everyone was like, this is Carnage's first card. Rookie, right? This is Carnage's first card. This is it. This is it.
Is that
And so that's-
92?
Yes, it is 92. yeah.
So, but
Go ahead.
isn't the Spider-Man 92 set that actually has like Carnage's, the image of that card is actually the rookie appearance cover that also came out in 92?
I don't know. Wait, a Spider-Man set from 92? What's the
Mhm.
92
Yeah.
Spidey set?
He was in the 92 Spider-Man set. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, let's see. Because
It tells his
I don't
whole
know.
like story. It's like where I probably learned most of my Spider-Man facts as a
Yeah,
kid.
let's check. Let's actually see if we can't crack that code. But I do dig this card. I love this thing.
Yeah, I think it's the 30th anniversary, 1992.
What is this? Oh, 1992 Marvel. No, this is Marvel Universe Spider-Man. Love this card too, by the way. Classic sort of thing. Naj vanished.
I think she's back.
Hello.
I'm pressing wrong buttons all night. It's really late here, and I think that's my sign I should leave.
Oh, okay.
Not,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
comic
almost
images. That's
4
what
in
he's
the
talking about.
morning.
not yet.
So,
Not
thank
yet.
you for having me
All
and
right.
chatting about something that's important to me. And thank you for listening. It's been a long couple of days, but let's see where this is going.
Naj, thank
Keep
you
up the
for
good
everything
fight.
that you've done. Yeah,
Thank you.
you have all of our support. We're here. You have all of our support. And
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate
absolutely.
that a lot because it feels good to know you're not alone.
Oh, yeah, you're not alone.
Yeah, no. The community is on your side. The right side of this thing is on your side. So it's a good thing. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends.
Have
Good
a
night, and we'll talk soon and keep up the chat. I think you can go for at least a couple more hours.
Yeah, we got a
couple
good
more
2 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Justin. Thank you,
Good
Manu.
night. Love you.
Night.
See you.
Thank you.
Take
Talk
care.
soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we'll replace Naj with Carnage.
This
This
card. Yes. What is this card? What is
The
this card?
eBay listing says Carnage rookie.
Okay, so this is from 1992 Comic Images set.
Yes.
Ooh, so now, yeah, we're gonna need Norris
It
to
is
do some digging
it's
for us.
Comic Images 30th anniversary. So
Okay, so we need Norin to do some digging. It is Ron Lim. That's why it says Lim on it. It does say Lim.
Uh-huh.
That's part of what I couldn't identify. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you,
still a big
Andrew.
artist. Ron Lim's a great
Yeah,
artist.
absolutely. A big artist. Yes, thank you, Andrew. So we're going to need Norin to do his Norining and let us know which of these two is actually the first. We should know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you, as a kid, me and my brother thought we literally would talk to ourselves about this is the first appearance of Carnage. As a
This
kid.
Comic Images one.
Yep.
It might be. And that's a Bagley Carnage.
Yes, that is definitely a Bagley Carnage, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah.
So fun card though. I like the one you have better, to be honest with you.
I think the one I have looks better than this Comic Images one, but the Comic Images set was like an oddly sort of like ugly cool set. Like it was like kind of ugly, and that made it kind of cool. Like it was weird.
It's wonderful.
I think it's wonderful too, but there's just like there was always the Comic Images sets always had this weird like underground quality. You know, like the background on that Carnage card we just saw. Like, what was that background even? You know?
Well, I just loved it. Like it kind of told the story all the way up to Bagley, like from AF-15 all the way up. It was good stuff.
Spidey didn't know the PSA authenticates for eBay slabbed cards.
Yeah. So
wait, what?
Yeah. So whenever me and him were having a private chat, so CGC authenticates. You know, for eBay.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
So Marvelous Packs informed me that PSA now has struck a deal with eBay too, and they also do authentication. I just didn't know that. So
didn't know that either. Yeah.
He's
interesting.
Pointing that out.
Which would make sense. It would be kind of strange, but I guess depending on what the relationship is, what if eBay was sending the PSA slabs to CGC for CGC to authenticate before sending them out? Wouldn't that be kind of odd?
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand what all is going on there, but I'm trying to figure out this whole hobby and all the connections, and it's a lot to keep up with, to be honest with you. I feel like I need one of those conspiracy boards that like have lines drawn everywhere about who's connected to who and who's doing what. Like it is actually a lot to keep up with relationally, you know, the way businesses are structured, who's doing what, the consolidations, all of it is a lot to keep up with.
Absolutely. There's a lot happening. There's definitely a lot happening.
I think we
Gas, what up?
See some more consolidations before it's, you know, all said and done. Brian says, well, dude, that's what they do now. They send all slabs PSA to authenticate. Total conflict of interest. I'll play devil's advocate because this is what's being said. I mean, who better to authenticate a PSA slab than PSA? Like, who knows PSA slab better than them?
Oh, but Brian here is saying they send all slabs to PSA. So like a BGS slab's going to PSA. Maybe like someone at PSA would say this is not real to kind of undermine BGS. Like
none of those go to CGC.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Me no not.
You know. He says all slabs.
Yeah. That's I wonder how Beckett feels about that. I wonder how SGC feels about that. How would you feel if your company's products going to your competitor for them to give it the seal of approval? Oh, that's all bad. Oh, that's all bad. You know, if something has the look, like you said, right? It doesn't have to be unethical, but if it has the look of
it's actually not uncommon in the appraisal world. If the lender has an issue with the appraisal, they have your competitor review it.
Say it again. Sorry, I was reading the comments.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun comments. PSA is convincing. In the appraisal world, if your appraisal is if it's in question, your competitor reviews it as a third party review.
Okay.
Now they have to actually bring out facts and prove it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just saying it's not uncommon in the business world that your competitor would be the one who reviews it. No, I'm not paid by eBay, but I appreciate you thinking.
He just does a really good job. He just does a really good job at everything, and it completely feels like somebody is paying him for it all.
Yeah, I just had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, he's committed to it. He cares. That's why it feels that way.
Yeah, I'm curious now because eBay just sent my Fresnel Spider-Man off to be authenticated.
For
Where
now,
do they send cars to be authenticated? Well, Fresnel. Um, if I guess if it's graded to PSA and if it's raw to CGC, that's what it feels
I
like the
guess.
comments are saying.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mine, I don't know why I was thinking mine went to Sarasota, but I have to go back and look. I was really thinking it did. Sarasota is where CGC is.
Yeah, right.
That's like Ford testing Teslas or the opposite. Hey, what's fraud? Marvelous Facts. I'm just now reading this. I don't know what I said that indicated fraud. That's a big word. So I want to
Yeah, want to know what
know
that
that.
is? That could be
Yeah.
interesting. He also said you guys get all riled up to CGC. Well, this is what we deal with talking about, in comparison to a grading company. Man, I feel you, man, but I don't think PSA has pulled what CGC's been pulling lately, just verifying things made in people's. Oh, actually, with the Jordan Star rookie, who knows where those cards are manufactured? But I love that Jordan Star card, man. I really like that card now. Just like the weird, quirky story about it. I kind of dig it. That might be what happens with this Ultimate Fallout book. Except the Ultimate Fallout
Yeah.
book's ugly, and the Jordan Star card looks good.
Yeah, look, if I want to get to Brian's comment here, but if CGC just wakes up tomorrow and says, you know what, we messed up, we're not grading those anymore like we have, and the people have already got their books, well, kudos to you, got those books. What happens to those few books that were graded?
Oh, is that oh, that's a good question. I mean, we could
Armando
only
actually posed the
hypothesize.
question earlier.
Oh, okay, nice. And we could only hypothesize what would happen, but it could do one of two things. It could make the graded ones like they could write, like when you do the search check for that thing, like they could include anything they want to pop up. So for those, let's say, dozen or so books that are already graded, I don't know how many there are. When you do a search check for them, like something could pop up saying,
Yeah.
this was done before we changed our mind, so on and so forth. That would actually make those quite rare collectibles, to be
Yeah,
quite
that's
honest.
what I was. That's actually what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's
So
what would happen.
Brian says B&K just had a $1,500 CGC. Excuse me, I do that all the time. SGC, these acronyms, card not authenticated by PSA, so had to refund. So he's saying that PSA said the SGC card didn't pass PSA's authentication.
Oh man, oh man.
And the comment seems to indicate that it was actually authentic, and PSA is just being a jerk. I will say this: I did one time send a SGC card to PSA to be graded, and it definitely feels like they dinged the grade on it just because it was a 9.5 SGC.
What did you get it back at?
PSA 8.
Ooh.
Yep, I paid $900 for it, and I just bought the PSA 9 for $300. So.
Hey, have you ever done a crack and resubmit on a grade that you disagree with without consulting with anyone? Like said, this is not the grade, sent it back and got a different grade on a PSA
On
card?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Not to say that I wouldn't, but
yeah, I'm just curious if you've had the experience, right? Like with that SGC one that went to them as
I just sent a bunch of cards back to BGS to be regraded.
I'm glad that you did whatever it took for them to say you're right. Because how did you send two batches and one batch got demolished and the other one is riding high? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's insane. But I mean, again, BGS was 2 months late on their turn time and then destroyed half the cards, and so not half, but a lot of them.
What are we going to do with the state of things, my friend? What are we going to do? What else do we have on the agenda today? I know last week we didn't get into the NFT conversation.
What is OGMF?
I want to see it. Maybe I'll know once I see it.
Did you crack out the OGMF? What does that mean?
Did you crack out the OGMF? No, did you crack it out OGMF the case? Oh, I don't know. Brian will let us know.
I'm only cracking a slab because that card just doesn't look like I want it to look like in that slab. or if I'm collecting a set in a certain slab, then I'm doing that. I misspelled out.
Oh, did you crack it out the case? Gotcha.
No, I didn't, and I know that was a mistake. At the time, I had not ever cracked it a slab before, so I was being a little cautious. But yeah, I won't do that again. That's my mistake.
Spider-Man Metal updates. I think we know the updates because I don't think they changed, but drop it on us again.
Yeah, so I think probably the update people are asking is last Thursday, you know, when I said, hey, it's happening and it's happening at the end of this month. However, these parties have not actually confirmed. Okay. But now distributors are getting actual confirmation that Spider-Man Metal will be released on August 24th. So nothing's changed in terms of what I said last week, but it has, other than it has been confirmed. And now we're just waiting on a checklist.
Gast said, guessing it's already been brought up, but any thoughts on the whole C2E2 debacle? And I've responded.
Hit the rewind button.
I said, yeah, you'll enjoy the first hour and a half of the show for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My man. I'd love to get into it all again, my friend, but it's exhausting. I'm sure you understand. And Naj was with us for the first hour and a half. So you'll definitely want that whole experience for sure. Justin, sorry not to take it there after you were saying something. My apologies.
No, you're great. You're great. Thank you for answering the question. So Marvel Spider-Man Metal will come out on EPAC 4 months later, question mark. The answer is, I don't know for sure, but because the world's just a little different, but I think it would probably be December. If they don't try to mess with anything, and it's just however long it takes ComC to scan the cards in and get it all prepped and ready. If it follows similar suit of X-Men Metal, X-Men Metal came out in June. We had EPAC in October. This is coming out in August. Then you would think we'd get EPAC in December, late December.
I never even assumed or realized or heard, because it might have just missed it, that there was a delay between those two things, the physical release and the EPAC.
Because of the fact that so ComC got Spider-Man Metal this week. So they get delivered the product in what's called bricks. They don't actually open boxes of Marvel cards and open the packs and then scan them in. That's not what happens.
Dang it, I wanted to believe that's what happened.
And that's what takes so long. No, they get them delivered in bricks, and and they have to get these cards out, and then they have to scan them all in and label them and put them in the whole system, and that takes a lot of time. It just takes a while. And generally it's about three months with most product. It's obviously going to depend on how much product is actually being delivered. I like these questions.
Yeah, there's some good ones. There's some good ones for sure.
Is this Andrew? Haven't bought a new card set in a while. Do they still make checklists? I remember how upsetting it was to get that in a pack.
That's funny.
Yes, they do. And don't hate on a checklist. Some checklists
I love checklists.
Yeah.
But yeah, back in the day, getting a checklist was like, what the heck? But now I cherish the checklist. I like them so much.
Well, when you get one checklist, you're like, great. But it's when you hit it the second and third time, that's when you start getting upset.
Oh, sure. That makes sense. Yeah. And we're actually waiting for a Spidey checklist to come out prior to the release. Like, that'd be exciting. If we saw what was going to be in the set, I'd be like eager to read that. That'd be cool.
So I have I put out some feelers to find out if Wolverine's on the checklist. I haven't heard back. That's my big question. That, and what will the AF-15 image look like? I mean, what will the high series image look like? Will it be AF-15? But I looked tonight while we were live at Cardboard Connection to make sure a checklist hasn't come up, and it has not. Oh, so I love the what Doom Card's saying here. So 8/24 is Kobe Day.
Oh yeah, because those are both Kobe's numbers. I am well aware.
But Kobe's birthday is 8/23.
Wow.
Yeah, August 23rd is his birthday.
Did not know.
Mm-hmm.
Did not know.
That's our release date. Going to have to make a run to Target to try to get some Spidey Metal. I told my wife tonight that my Target strips. I need to go to bed. My Target trips start this week.
Wait, if the release date is we don't know when they're going to show up in retail.
I'm not
like actual
chancing
at
it.
retail.
I'm not chasing it.
That's
I'm not waiting till
exciting,
August
bro.
24th to go to Target. I'm just going to start going. It's going to be part of my
Go.
routine.
Let me just tell everybody, coming from a Meg Ryan fan, you guys already know I love Target.
I know
you
you
already
do.
know I love me some Target. I will walk around Target for 2 hours. If it's got a Starbucks at the entrance, it's me, a latte, and every single aisle in that store. I don't know why. I'm feeling pillows, and then I'm out of there when my latte's done. It's me and Target.
Hey, I got to show you something. So check out my new Wolverine shirt.
Oh, nice. Oh, is this from Steve?
Yeah.
Very
It's
cool.
the Aoki collection.
And his collection is called what's it called?
Hold on a second.
That's cool, man. That's got a big print.
Yeah, it's on the. Is it on the sleeve? Yeah, there it is. Let me show you the name of the collection. DIMMAK.
DIMMAK.
Yeah, I think they said it a little differently than that.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Actual pronunciation. But yeah, I'm a fan.
This guy goes on vacation in Target. Yeah, I do. This is the best trips I've ever taken.
So, all right. There is a chance. There's a chance I might have to travel the week of the Spider-Man Metal release.
Huh?
I know. There's a chance that I may have to travel the week of the Spider-Man Metal release.
Where are you going? Oh, wait. I do know a bit of this actually.
Yeah, I can't say publicly.
Right.
And I'm trying to figure it out in terms of the Spider-Man Metal release. But I mean, so there's a chance like I might be opening product on the move, like on a plane, in a hotel. You know, I'm not leaving though if I don't have product with me, or I'm going to a place where there is product. So I will be opening. I'm not going to miss opening Spider-Man Metal immediately, but there's a chance that might have to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting. It's going to be an exciting end of the month when that box starts floating around and people start getting it.
So I really love this question from Constantine.
Yeah.
With all the CGC stuff going on with comics, do you think this will hinder people from grading their Marvel cards with them if and when they start accepting Marvel cards? Do you mind if I respond?
No, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think yes, that it would hinder some people. People who were maybe grading heavily with CGC and then decided, you know what, I'm done for a while. The news that they're grading Marvel cards is probably not going to bring those people into the Marvel card collecting and into grading cards. For the people who, a lot of Marvel card collectors, like we can dabble in comic books, but they're not serious comic book collectors or flippers, investors. And those people, I don't think it's not a thing for them, in my opinion. But I do think it will hinder some people. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm going to read the question again.
Mm-hmm.
With all the CGC stuff going on with comics, do you think this will hinder people from grading their Marvel cards with them if and when they start accepting Marvel cards? And I like your answer, because there's a separation between folks that are like sort of just waiting for Marvel to start CGC to start grading Marvel cards, and they don't necessarily grade comic books that much. So there might not be an overlap because the frustrations don't exist for them, right? Like they haven't experienced, they're just going to try it. From the comic book community who may dabble in cards a little bit or heavily, yeah, just the bad taste of certain things is obviously going to create some hesitation. Take me, for example. That's still the same company to me, so yeah, there's hesitation. Absolutely.
So here's another thing. It probably makes the leash shorter in terms of, hey, I'm willing to give it a shot, but if there's something that loses trust, like you only get one shot this time because of the conversation that's going on, globally. That might be a thing too.
And I also want to say, guys, I I like the PSA case, so it's not like I'm desperate for a new card grading company because I think the PSA case is charming. I like that it's sort of wackily ugly. Like I like it. You
Yeah.
know, I've gotten used to that label. That label's my card label now. I like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And so, I mean, I think, going back to the comments here, I think some people, the same issues you have with CGC, they have with PSA, but
Yeah,
their
right.
awareness with PSA is at the level that your awareness is with CGC.
Right.
You see what
Is
I'm
that
saying?
gonna put so are there people in the card community that can't wait for CGC to enter the card market?
There are people in the car community who absolutely despise PSA for
Whoa.
what they perceive as integral issues.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Now, that's a
This
fact.
is interesting. Yeah.
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 And then, but, and some of it would stem from the fact that they feel like they're, like that money moves them and money makes
Right.
things happen. And,
Hmm.
and they're not necessarily consistent. They make errors and they do all the things that upset people,
Sounds like yeah, I guess everyone from the card side that tells me this is what I've been dealing with, they do feel what I'm going through, and now I feel what they've been going
They
through.
do, but it doesn't, but for you, because it just hasn't bothered you with PSA.
It hasn't. I have gotten PSA slabs back. I have a Jordan card slabbed right now with a little hair in it, a little tiny hair in it, and so I phoned them, and they customer service. They were customers. They were like, send it back, and then I didn't. Right. So there was that little hair in. This was like a 15 card submission.
Yeah.
That card had a little hair, and one of the other cases, the plastic itself had a deformation in the plastic itself. There was a little dimple in the plastic, which when you're looking at the card, you see the dimple because it happened to be
Yeah.
on the surface. And so those are two things. And for both of those things, they were like, send it back. But then in my head, I was like, man, whatever. Like, it's fine.
It's
But
too
so,
much time.
yeah, so it happened.
I
Yeah.
have multiple cards from PSA that are incorrectly labeled and graded.
Oh,
Like,
God.
not the grade, but like they didn't understand the card. And so,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
reality is this Marvel cards is pretty deep in what it is, and it's not easy to understand. And if you don't have someone who knows what they're doing,
Dude,
Vintage Lord Candace says, so if EPAC comes out just before Christmas, does this mean I can't buy my family members Christmas presents because I'll be
Yep.
broke? Yeah, that's
True.
exactly what that means.
Buy them all a pack.
Stockings,
digital stocking stuffers.
No. You don't buy them a pack. You give them your doubles.
There you go. There you go. Fun
That's
for
what they get.
everyone.
He says checklists are great, but let it be a bonus. Doubles of checklists. I'm with you. Yeah, it's when you hit doubles of them.
For sure.
Can't wait to watch Manu open his first box. It's going to be great.
Well, it's going to be my first medal and my only medal because I only have a pre-order for one. So it's going to be, I got to make sure it's on camera. I don't think I'll be forgiven if it's not.
Just do it on the Marvel show, huh?
Yeah.
Can you wait?
Saying,
Can you wait Thursday to Tuesday?
Oh, dude, I'm not going to have any trouble waiting. Don't worry. You could push me a month out. As long as I have the box, I'm fine. Like, it's fine.
Okay. Is there any chance you get the box, then you hear of an eBay sale for $700 and you're like,
that is not enough. No, heck no.
Okay. All right, good.
No.
Just making
If
sure
someone offers me, no one would offer me what it would take for me to sell it because other people would sell it for less. So it's going to stay mine. Yeah.
Love it. I wish they made a checklist that are not modern sets, though I miss them in packs. What does he mean by that? I wish they made checklists. They are not in modern. Oh, the checklists are not in modern sets.
There's no checklist for the newer sets, like actual physical cards with the checklist as the last
card
in the set?
Yeah, no, there's not.
Shoot.
Yeah, he's
Never
right.
thought about it. Wow.
No,
They really thought that was a waste of a card, didn't they? They were like, this is a thing of the past.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No one's going to write on our cards. That's crazy. They don't need a checklist.
Is Manu going to be fun to watch? Are you going to be fun to watch open? How are you going to do this? You're going to have your gloves on?
This is going to be so weird. I actually imagined this last night. Like intentionally, I imagined it. And the truth is, guys, I'm going to be honest, and this might be bad marketing for that episode. I am going to be very reserved, very calm, and my main focus is going to be enjoying the opening of the cards.
Yeah.
my penny sleeves are going to be stacked up, and I have a thing that I do with my penny sleeve. I've seen people like snip the corner. I
Mhm.
don't snip the corner because then when the card's in it, you have an exposed corner.
Right.
What I do is I actually take an X-Acto knife and I go into it and I split the
Mhm.
seam on either side. Because I don't know what the heck the collecting community is doing, but penny sleeves are dangerous. They will separate the top
Well,
layer of a
you
card
know,
away if you.
if you were real in Marvel cards, you would know how to put them in there perfectly.
I don't
That's
know,
the
man.
that's the vibe I got back when I was like, no, I got to cut everyone. I'm cutting mine. I'm doing
Nah, there's no
exactly what
perfect
you're
way to there's no perfect way to put it in because it's actually slim at the top. And so you get one side in with no friction. But when
doing.
you start bringing that card down and you have a 94 flare with gloss on both sides and it's kind of thick, there's no way it's going to slide just perfectly in without getting
Mhm.
caught a little bit. And that a little catch is the difference between a 10 and a 9.
Hey, look, my Spider-Man red PMG from 2017 is an 8.5. It is not a 9 because of me putting it in a penny sleeve. I got that corner.
Oh,
100%.
oh, wow. See? What and so but I'm going to go back to what my opening is going to be like.
Mhm.
Have your
Oh,
penny
wow.
sleeves and top loaders ready. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And I think I'm going to go, I'm going to do penny sleeves and card savers.
Mhm.
That entire set is going to be penny sleeve and card savered because then my storage is going to be really just compact.
Yeah.
And that's how that's going to be sorted. And also, I am going to have black gloves on because I leave fingerprints everywhere. And I would like for a card that I want to submit to PSA to be ready to submit out of the pack. I would hope not to have to clean one, but I will inspect the surface. But they're going to go straight into a penny sleeve with my split sides the way that I do. So those will all be done beforehand into a card saver. And then we'll see what we submit. I don't imagine it's going to take very long to open the box because I think it's got like 3 packs in, and I think there's like a half a card per pack or some modern thing that people do these days. Like, what is it, 8 packs, 10 packs?
The box is going to have 12 packs,
Okay,
6 cards per pack.
that's not too
The
bad. We'll
hit
have
the
some
hit
fun.
should be card 5 spot. And now if you have one of the larger inserts like a skyscraper, it will likely only have one card with that because the weight like that they don't want to add
Oh,
weight to the box. So they'll reduce the amount of base cards in that pack to keep the weight correlation the same as close as possible.
yeah. And Swish is echoing what we've said here. You can clip the corner with the sleeve. Graders, look at that. Yeah, you certainly can. The sleeves are a little dangerous, man. We're playing a really detailed, finite game, so I have to X-Acto knife my seams on the sleeve. I just have to.
So I think depending on availability of product, because I have lots of top loaders already, I want to use card savers for my Spider-Man metal set as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I
and
certainly don't have enough, so I'm gonna have to order if I can. Yeah.
yeah, I need to order some too. But
Yeah.
I would like I want to get a I think I want to grade a full base set of the low and the high series of Spider-Man metal.
A full base set,
So
low
200
and high
cards.
series,
Mm-hmm.
the whole 200 cards. Oh, you want to grade you want to grade one of each. You want a
Mm-hmm.
graded set.
Yeah,
Wow,
because
you'll
I'm
get
kind
it,
of going
no
after
doubt.
what would be like a master collection, and so I think having the base set fully graded is part of that.
Yeah, yeah. You'll definitely accomplish
Mhm.
it and be
Oh
amongst
yeah,
the first to do so.
yeah, I think so. I think so. I gotta swallow the grading fees. Um,
Oh, you don't have any problem with that. You just sent 120 cards just for fun the other day,
stop.
so it's gonna be fine.
I'm gonna sell something, Lord willing. Like,
Oh, yeah, for sure,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Manu, how do you clean prep your cards before grading? Hot breath is my favorite way to say it. And this really soft cloth that's the same color as Justin's shirt. And I have multiples of those because you could only use them a few times before you have to toss them because you could imagine any oils you're removing from the surface are being transferred to this cloth. And that's it. That's all I'll ever do is just breathe on a card and rub it gently with the softest thing that I have.
Mhm.
And that's it. I won't do too much. And for the edges of the cards, I make sure that this is the card that I'm going off of the edge. I'm never doing none of this by the edge because I'm concerned about catching the edge. But that's my whole process. Nothing too involved. Nothing too crazy.
So Deadpool D's ask, after hearing this or paying attention to what the grading businesses have become, why would you grade with anyone unless you're interested in flipping? That's the only potential value add.
Can I
I don't
answer?
know.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
All right. Okay. After hearing what's been going on, paying attention to business become, why would you grade unless you're interested in flipping? There are nuances, but my answer, I think Justin's going to be different. My answer is, you're right. That's the only reason to grade. If you know how to actually store a book, you know how to preserve it on your own, you know how to keep it safe, you don't need 2 layers of plastic in an unnecessarily large case to house it that takes up way more space than a raw book, you know. So if it is a PC book and you know the condition of it because you know what you're looking at and you know how to grade a book, if all of those things apply to you, you don't need to grade a book. If your intention is not to sell it, it's actually a waste of your time and money to grade it. It's a waste of time, money, and space. And it's taking on unnecessary risk because now you have to ship it to them. They're going to handle it. Multiple people will handle it. And then it's going to get shipped back to you. And you have to deal with accepting disappointment if it's damaged, accepting disappointment if you were, slightly, your expectations were heightened about the grade. There's no reason to put yourself through any of that if you're going to keep it in your PC and you know what it is. But if you're going to sell the book, like I mentioned earlier today, there are books that I'm currently selling for less than 1,000 that would be 2,000 if they were graded. They are the grade that they are. And if the buyer grades them, the buyer is going to end up with a 9.8 unless CGC is having one of those wacky days. So I'm leaving money on the table, not grading because I don't want to support the companies. But yes, personally, if you're not in love with the slab, if that's not like the end all be all of how to house your collectible, there's no reason to do it unless you're selling it because that is how you will extract maximum value. And the only reason there's value in that because buyers don't trust sellers grading and they do trust the grading companies grading. That's the only reason there's value. That is what's deteriorating currently because the grading companies aren't living up to their promises. Justin, your answer.
Yeah, for me on grading, I don't think the world stays in this static, ever changing, never changing vacuum. Like, and I'm not the kind of guy who says, well, I only do this with this company, I only do that with this company, and I'll never do this with that company. I'm constantly just testing the waters and seeing, what should I be doing or not be doing. And so, yeah, there are going to be days where I'm like, you know what, I really think I should be grading over here. And then some days where I'm like, I think I need to be grading over here. Last year, my opinion was don't grade anything, buy cards. Like it's ever changing for me. As it relates specifically with, particular companies, if I'm taking a stand like Manu is, where I'm saying, hey, I'm not doing this until there's change over there, that's different. But aside from that, I am constantly just making what I think is the best decision for my collection based on the information I have available, whether that's price point, turn time. Maybe they're having success, maybe they're not having success, because things are constantly changing, ever changing.
Absolutely. And I also want to break that down because I answered that question in regards to comic books. In regards to cards, even for my personal collection, I like grading them. Why? Because they're still small, even once they're graded. They are actually safer because I've shaken the heck out of one of those little slabs. And even if the card's moving, it doesn't seem to damage the edges.
Right.
I'm sure you can screw it up, but I haven't yet.
See,
I haven't seen a. Go ahead.
And I have a collector, a big time grader that would tell you that he thinks PSA slabs damage the cards, and he only grades with this particular company because they don't, which is BGS.
I want to hear those experiences. I want to know those stories. And for cards, the reason that I even grade my personal collection is because I'm shooting for 10s. I want my PC to be 10s.
There is a additional element of fun to grading.
Yeah, CGC took it out of comic books, unfortunately, and PSA hasn't crapped on me yet, so it's still there for me.
Yeah, I mean, submit enough, it'll happen.
Right, it'll happen. Don't worry, you won't be left out, Manu. They'll do it to you too.
They'll tag you too. And
oh yeah, I do have hair in my slabs. I just said it. For some reason, I didn't care though. Yeah.
Like I said, I just had a poor experience with BGS. But if I wake up 6 months from now and they've revolutionized something, I'm not going to live in my past. I have a real problem with that. I don't like it. I got people in my life that live in the past, and I think that's like a terrible way to move through life
Yeah.
personally. So
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to do it. You could hurt me last year, and I'm going to give you a chance this year. That's just the way it is. That's who I am. I'm not changing. So I like
Yeah.
I like using words like grace, forgiveness, second chance. Those
I
are
mean,
words.
you know, a year is a long time to forget how it hurt, and so I get it. You
Well, I
know,
was
you're
thinking about
trying
this
again.
today. Like we as a society, not we here on the Spidey Hits channel or you, we like to see somebody like crash and burn and vilify them. And then you know what else we like to do? We love a good redemption story. Watch him come back. I mean, look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods was vilified, you know, and then he literally shuts down the stock market whenever the Masters or whatever it was spills over into a Monday. Like, do you remember that? Like, he literally
No,
tanked the stock market.
I
Literally
didn't know
tanked the
that.
stock market because so many people were watching the Masters because the extra holes played the playoff played into Monday because we love a redemption story and he won it on a bad leg after overcoming all of his failures. Like we're fickle. We're so fickle as
We're very
humans.
fickle. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I hate you and then I love you and now I hate you and then I love you. Like come on, like I don't know. I just can't do the I just can't do the permanent like band of
No,
things.
no. You know what? And I think even just without saying it out loud, I can't either. But I mean,
Mm.
I'm just not saying it as much as I used to. But it's just really hard for me to say it now. Like it's hard for the words to come out of my mouth. I want CGC to get better. I want CGC to win. Like I feel like vomiting just saying it now. I
Yeah.
can't even say it, you know, but that's what I used to say. Like I want them to win. I want to improve them, you know, but um it's not, I don't want it to be a forever I'm against CGC. I do want CGC to become the company we deserve,
Mhm.
but I don't care if they don't because I want somebody to become the company we deserve. I don't care who it is. Somebody to become the company we deserve. You know,
No,
that's where that has come to.
I mean, what yeah, how cool would it be if someone did like a third major grader actually stood up and made a difference?
Dude, if somebody that was well financed or was, independently wealthy and did not need, this is an idealistic approach to things, but if somebody was well financed or independently wealthy and their concern wasn't profitability right away, it was literally like to be the answer to the collector's troubles, that would be amazing. But that's way too idealistic because you would have to have so much money to hit the ground running. Um, that it's just unrealistic because if
Mhm.
anyone was going to finance that, well, the financier has expectations of profitability, and that would probably sort of like erode the objective from the very beginning.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
yeah, it'd definitely be tough.
Yeah.
Read Deadpool D says, "How fickle my heart, how woozy my eyes. I struggle to find any truth in your lies.
Wow.
Awake, my soul."
Wow.
It's good stuff there.
That's good. You know, that is really good stuff. And you, Deadpool Deeds, you reminded me of something that I had written on my story and didn't post it, but I think I saved it. I was going to. I think I didn't post it because, like, when it comes to like religious references, I'm not completely aware of where they come from and where they stem from and what's appropriate and what's not. And I don't even know if it's in a religious reference, but in my mind, the three words came the grade awakening versus the
The
great
Great
awakening.
Awakening. I can tell
Yeah.
you about Jonathan Edwards and the Great Awakening.
Yeah. So I,
Uh,
in my head, I was
hands,
just like, the grade awakening is
right.
amongst us, is upon
Yep.
us.
In the hands, sinners in the hands of an angry God, the Great Awakening by Jonathan Edwards. Well, the Great Awakening, which was through the revivals of the preaching of Jonathan Edwards out of Harvard University, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah, this is a cool quote.
Yeah. Oh, this one, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Bart Simpson. I didn't see that one.
Oh, Bart didn't say that, did he? But
Here's
that's
what he
so good.
said. What
That's
is
awesome.
I think Bart says what CGC says. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything.
Yeah. Doom Card says, what's stopping SGC or PSA to take a shot at grading comics? Whoa.
Well,
Whoa.
I think Bart says what CGC says. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything.
Well, PSA. Whoa.
Bart.
That was that's, you know what? I would love to see a comic book rated by PSA. No, I wouldn't. Why am I saying that? Stop it, Manu.
Because you wanted to match your comic cards.
No, I just think I think I might have an artificial respect for PSA because I don't have the emotional disappointment there yet. I
Yeah.
think I'm being biased. I don't know what's happening. Oh, that's a good question. Ooh,
Ooh,
dang.
be careful, my friend.
That's why it's in a case.
That's it. That's why we grade our Marvel cards. I was
So
playing the
just throw
Oculus
it.
last night, and I completely hit my cabinet. Thankfully, I only knocked over Mr. Fantastic, my action figure, and didn't hit Marvel
God.
cards, but it was so I mean, I kind of would like to see what a comic book would look like in a tuxedo slab, but I don't know how the black, you know, so it's a clear case that has this black plastic in it.
Yeah,
That
that would be a little odd for the comic, I think.
Yeah, I just don't know how it would present the comic. You know, I think some
Yeah.
it would look okay, and then some maybe not so much. But
But like this
that type of
medical
stuff.
looking PSA thing
Mhm.
on the top of a book would actually just be fine. But PSA does this interesting textured plastic that's not
Yeah,
see-through. It's like
it's kind of a
textured.
cloudy look.
I don't know. Somebody, you know what? I'll give him a call, guys.
Yeah. See if you can move something over there.
Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Passah, see what Mr. Passah's got for us.
Doom card got us stuck. Yeah, Doom, you did. That was a great.
For real, I usually have words, and I didn't. I was like, interesting. That was a good question, my friend. I feel like that's just the beginning of a lot of thought. That's a
I
good
tell you, if CBCS, if their comic book slabs were more like their card slabs, and they were not trying to be like CGC, in my opinion, which is what it feels like they kind of try to do, that would actually might catch my attention more than the. I just can't. I just don't like a book in a CBCS slab right now. Even
Oh,
the
you're
newer
saying if the
slabs.
CBCS slab looked more like a BGS graded card.
Yeah, with the way they do
Gotcha.
the gold label across the top, or and it used to be like even a metal type of label. I think they've
I
gotten away
remember
from
it.
that.
Yeah, I remember a brushed, finished,
Mhm.
bronze gold looking thing up there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think they've gotten away from that.
Okay. Yeah, Swish Beckett definitely owns CBCS, and they still seem to operate as, two completely individual divisions, except for the signature verification. That department was brought into play because Beckett had it pre-existing before taking over CBCS, if I understand correctly.
The key says let's not add anything else to PSA. They're just now getting their crap together.
You know what? And that's how I feel about CGC, and they keep adding stuff. So yeah, I'm with you. Let's not add any. Let's let the focus be the focus. PSA focus. I like it. I'm with that, Keith. I'm with that. Have you ever got into oh, sorry. So my guess would be staffing would be the biggest obstacle. Staffing and I believe data. Just information about what they're grading.
Definitely data.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. CBCS and CGCS are light years ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, you have 100 years of comic books basically that you'd have to understand.
Wow. And hundreds of thousands that have come across the desks of the pre-existing grading companies that they were able to understand, recognize, and decipher.
Yeah. They basically have to buy a company that already has all that data. It'd be incredible. Yes, I have almost brought the Jim Lee book today, but I just knew that CGC was going to dominate the conversation. I didn't think we'd have a chance to really get to it, but I got my. Did you order one?
No, I didn't order one, and I remember when you did it. There was something on YouTube where you showcased that
Me and
book.
Norn showcased
Absolutely.
it on
You and
Saturday morning
Lauren,
Marvel
yeah.
cards.
No, I didn't order one. That was definitely something more for your collection than for mine. I'm an admirer from a distance and happy that it exists, sort of person with that book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's great. I hope more like that happen. But more importantly, they put Marvel cards in the book, new Marvel cards that we didn't exist.
The connecting covers from X-Men 1 Jim Lee.
Actually 4. And then the other one is the Danger Room, which is the 9-panel as one card.
All on one card. So all 4 of those,
they come in the book.
Sorry, I'm in the comments. Have a good night.
Oh yeah.
So
Good night.
all four of those. Yeah, I got to talk to you about something later. So all
Mm.
four of those do come in the book. You get all four. You don't
Correct.
just get one of them. You get the entire set.
And they're
And
clean.
oh yeah, they were in like a plastic sleeve that's on the last back of the book.
Yeah.
Dude, do you remember the last book I ever read? Nope, that's not true. Naj made me read a book that was quite an easy read and a brilliant book. So I
Yeah.
have read a book in the last couple of decades, but prior to that, the last book I ever completed was like 30 years ago.
Okay.
And it was a Venom and Spider-Man book,
Mm-hmm.
hardcover, with the dust jacket.
Okay.
Red, when you take the dust jacket off, it's a beautiful red bound, big, thick novel-y book. I forget the name of the book.
Mhm.
Gorgeous cover. But when you open it up on the front page, there's a card. And the card has the cover of the book. Oh, you don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, brother,
I
it's a
want
beautiful card.
this.
We actually then,
Let's do it later.
okay, and I have my childhood book, but for some reason I have my childhood card. Oh my gosh, guess what the card's in? It's one of the cards that I actually put into a screw down.
Did you
have it.
really? I thought
I
you didn't
ripped
do
it out
that.
of the book and I put it in the screw down. I was 7. No, I don't know, but
Yeah,
something.
whatever age you were. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I gotta show you that, bro. Like, it's a beautiful book and a cool card.
So Jared Kidder says, any word on CGC grading Marvel cards? I can tell you that there's been some chatter at the big shows at the National at Gen Con that I've had some people message me and say some chatter and stuff there.
Andrew, you are 100% right. Thank you.
What did Andrew say?
He said the name of the book. Now everyone knows.
Block, delete. No, just kidding. Save one for me. That's all I ask.
We'll find, dude. We'll grab you one. We'll find you one. It's so dope. It's so dope.
He said you'd have to go headhunt a bunch of CGC graders and bring them over to the PSA. Well, would that really solve anything?
Right? We're taking that. I'm not even gonna follow it up, man. Oh, he retracted it. Andrew's such a good guy. He took his messages back.
Oh,
we got the information, so thank you, my friend. That's funny.
I appreciate.
He's doing that just because it's hilarious. I
love that he either knows it or knows where to find it quickly, and I appreciate the contribution that he makes in the comments. It's really good,
dude. When it comes to the stuff that that I love, Andrew loves all of it and so much more. Mm-hmm. And literally, most of what I know, I've learned from him.
Like, beautiful. I love him already because of how he's influenced you.
RS Cali RS is his Instagram name, and if you guys want to see the rarest of the rarest in the highest grade, RS Cali RS.
Is that a Camaro reference?
No, it's a Porsche reference actually.
Okay, I knew it was a car,
but I understand the Camaro reference too.
Yeah,
which back in the day was
RS Rally
6-cylinder. No, the RS Rally.
Yeah, the
Sport.
RS
Rally
Sport. Yeah.
The RS, the SS, the Z28 or whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
I grew up around Camaros. That was my dad's car.
Oh, cool. Very cool. That's actually sick, man. That's cool. So yeah, check out Andrew's page. Not even like, just saying, if you go to Andrew's page, like that should be any collector's stop. You're very welcome, my friend. It's just the truth. That should be any collector's stop to like really see a passionate collection of some of the coolest stuff ever. And I say it all the time. High grade signed Wizards all the way to Amazing Fantasy 15s to multiple copies of some of the stuff that none of us have any copies of, because he's a purist and like a real deal collector, and very, very rarely does he sell, and he has been kind enough to sell me some very rare things, so I appreciate it.
That's awesome. So Keith says, I have to believe that these issues with all the grading companies are staff related, need talented employees to execute in any business.
True.
Yeah, I mean, look, talent matters, but leadership, I think, is actually the real issue. To me, it always boils down to leadership, because leadership will make a decision of, hey, if we can't execute on our core values, then we're actually going to stop taking in submissions until we can get it done. And
Yes.
those are tough decisions you got to make. I had to make it in 2020. I basically called my number one referral partners and said, I'm taking business from you, and I'm going to take business for people who already have a banking relationship at our bank. Any new realtors, any new referral can go somewhere else, because I can't provide the service that each client deserves because it was so much business.
Right.
And so we had to draw a line in the sand and say, we're not taking in more business because we can't provide what we've committed to our referral partners to do.
Yeah.
And, sometimes you have to make those decisions.
And they're the right ones to make.
Mhm.
Isn't that what we would say PSA did when they did the shutdown?
I mean, honestly, I don't know that I can answer that, because we shut down the US Post Office. Are you aware of that?
Oh, you told me that. I was not aware. But when they announced that their price was going to hike, everyone sent everything in, and their local post office had to shut down. You
Completely
ignored
shut it
me.
down. And so, I don't know if they made the decision for the same reason that I made the decision, which was I wanted to honor the people who had already committed to me from a business standpoint. And I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure they got my full capacity rather than trying to get new business and new relationships. So I don't know if
Mhm.
that's why. Obviously there was just a capacity issue. They couldn't do it. But
Yeah.
they made a decision to raise prices to the point of not getting new submissions.
I watched
Oh,
somebody
whoa.
what happened?
Cardboard
Whoa.
After Dark has an interview with PSA tomorrow. Hopefully it can help.
Dude, what? I was actually just about to talk about watching an interview with why do I forget the name? Nat
Nat Turner.
Nat Turner.
Uh,
Anyway, I have an interview at PSA tomorrow. Hope to be able to help. My friend, good luck. Like,
tell him Manu. It should help.
oh, it's PSA? Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm just joking. Don't go to CGC and say you know me. That's not gonna help.
You might be
But
surprised.
no, that's sweet.
Good luck, man.
That's really cool, my friend. Good luck. I really hope you get the job. It's gonna feel really good to know that we've got a good guy on the insides. That's pretty awesome, my friend.
Mhm.
Awesome. Wow, that's cool. I didn't expect to see that. An interview at PSA tomorrow.
That's
That's
awesome.
cool. So I was watching. No, yeah, you should be hyped, man. That's really dope. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, people that are passionate, that care, and you're actually applying at a business that does things that you really care about. I hope that works because the synergy's there, and I hope you're in there. And so let us know. Obviously, let us know. And so so who interviewed Nat Turner, and he was talking about, I think it might have been Card Collector 2. It could have been Card Collector 2. Maybe he had a sit down with him. I'm not sure, but it was at the National, and he
Hmm.
was talking about, the future of PSA and things of that sort. And it was nice to hear him speak, man. Like, he seems like a really chill, relaxed guy. He's completely aware of the issues. Like, he's completely aware of the things that
Mhm.
everyone's frustrated with, that he's trying to help, and why things are going wrong, so on and so forth. But he said the end goal is to reduce prices even more.
Mhm.
I think I heard him say that. Yeah, reduce prices even more, and regardless of the tier, it's 90. Like, the longest it should be is 90 days or less to get your card turned around. Now, I know that's just him saying what ideally they would get to, but I really believed it when he said that. But
Mhm.
again, I could be naive here because other people have more experience, but I like Nat for some reason. I'm not sure why.
So so you hear lower price, faster turn time. What some may hear, lower standards, more issues.
Mm,
You see what I'm saying?
I do. I do.
And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but it's a war of attrition. If you're not careful, because if if you want more business and you don't know how to properly scale and process, what's going to happen is you're going to have a breakdown in procedure and quality. And when you're dealing with something that's collectible and condition sensitive, like you open yourself up to issues.
Yeah, you're really right, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You're really right. And yeah, and I forgot most of the points that I was trying to make about that interview anyway.
Sorry,
It was cool.
my
Yeah.
apologies.
No,
Well,
no. I forgot it prior to me even starting.
okay. Well, what I heard you say is that he was pretty convincing that he had this desire to do something he thinks is good.
As a human being, when I first started watching the interview, I did not like him initially. Initially,
Okay.
I was like, you don't feel warm and friendly,
Mhm.
like initially it was that. And it's not like he turned into like a goofy, huggable, it's
Mhm.
not like he turned all lovey-dovey, but through the course of the interview, I was like, you know what you're up against, you know what you're trying to do, there's a million people pissed off at you, but you think you might be able to resolve it and you actually do want to. That's kind of what it got to for me,
Mhm.
just after calmly listening to it. So I thought that was cool. And there was
That's cool.
another interview I watched with not PSA. Who? Okay, so PSA's parent company is called Collectors, or is that the
Oh,
parent
yeah,
company
yeah,
for
yeah.
CGC?
No, no.
I get the companies confused, but there was this really funny thing that happened when Mojo was interviewing somebody, right? And the
Collector's
guy was
Universe.
Collector's Universe, right? So Mojo was interviewing, I guess him, I don't remember who, but
Mhm.
Mojo was interviewing someone really important in the card world, in the ownership world. And the guy's not all that old, but Mojo's kind of young. Like Mojo's like 20, like in his late 20s or something,
Yeah.
right? And he I forgot the reference he made, and he was like, "Dude, isn't it crazy these days? Like, I know you didn't have like social media and stuff when you were collecting." And the guy was like, "Bro, I'm not that old, but I get what you mean." I just thought that was hilarious.
You thought it was good, huh?
Yeah, I
Y-
love Mojo. Whoever the guy was, he seemed
I
legit
need to
too.
I actually haven't been watching his channel at all. Like I don't think I may have never ever watched anything on there. And the reason I'm only aware of it is YouTube tells me that's one of the number one channels that other people that watch my channel watch.
Oh, very cool. Mojo's channel.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. It's a fun
So
channel, man.
go
He's
check it out.
Mojo's a great guy. Mojo's a great guy. Card Collector 2 is awesome. Mojo's awesome. I
Mhm.
haven't seen Sasha do anything lately, so I don't know if Sasha has his own content still floating around, but I know
I don't know.
he does like whatnot interviews with key people in the card space, and I've watched
Mhm.
one or two of those, but yeah.
Yeah. So Doomcar says if BGS grades both, why wouldn't that stop others? If the integrity is gone, seems like an opportunity. Won't happen overnight, but seems like an option for the future. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's valid.
uh, what is the old SWOT business term? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and what's the other one? I can't remember. It's too late. Gosh, I'm tired. But yeah, like there's opportunity there because of the weaknesses of other companies.
Oh, there's I'm sorry.
Yeah, he says, isn't the end goal to expand authentication?
It is.
Um, I actually think what the opportunity here is in niching, like really, like really getting niched down even further, a niche within a niche. So to
Mm.
say, I grade and authenticate in this particular space in the hobby, but even in that, only these, like, and being like the expert of experts in that particular field, and by saying no to everything else, it's kind of like in a sales world, like if you say, I only sell, 19, I'm gonna make something stupid up, 1970s Camaros,
Yeah.
but I am the guy when it comes to 1970s Camaros. Like that's
Yeah.
all I do. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
something like that.
Absolutely. And I actually like that. You and I had a brief conversation about a niche within a niche, something that
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what if you only did, and so that kind
Mm-hmm.
of like that. And the environment is ripe for that. It doesn't have to be one company doing everything, especially a specialty company that really owns what they preach. It's really
Mm-hmm.
right. What's he referring to? What's he saying threats to?
That's the T in the SWOT analysis. What
Oh,
are the
okay, okay.
threats? So if
Oh, okay.
CGC was doing a SWOT analysis, they would say, what's our strength? Our strength is brand reputation and recognition, and the fact that the majority of comic book collectors already own a large collection of CGC comics. Like we're number one. Let's see. What's our weaknesses? Well, our weaknesses is that everybody wants to send us books. We have a really hard time grading all of them and doing a good job at it. I'm just I know you may have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different weakness. I get.
Oh, yeah. You let me go. I'll throw pictures
Yeah.
in there. But yeah.
What's our opportunity? Our opportunity could be that we could, expand in the other authenticating and grading markets because we have such great brand recognition and, whatever. But what are our threats? Well, our threat is YouTubers like Spidey and Manu.
We're their
and
saviors, but
Naj.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
No, no, I'm just saying in the SWOT analysis. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What would you say?
I mean, their threats is CBCS, their competition.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, competition is always a threat. I mean, yeah.
The threat is
Gosh.
disappointing their audience and their audience turning their back on them. But yeah, no, I hear you. Deadpool Deeds, that is such a huge compliment because
left.
our guy
Oh, here
Mojo
he is.
our guy Mojo is super authentic, and that I appreciate that so much, my friend. Thank you. That's
Very
a huge
kind.
being compared to him is a huge compliment. So thank you very much, my friend. And likewise, we've had some
Love it.
conversation.
I'm definitely going to watch now.
He's a good dude, man. And he's literally an hour away from me. It's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but that makes sense. That makes sense about the SWOT. I never heard that, actually.
Yep.
Yeah,
From the Beach says my $18 value PSA submission landed on July 20th, and they've already are on the grading stage. The economy sub from the same time is on the assembly stage. That means they're moving quickly.
Cool. Very cool. Oh, from the bench, what up?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And and then you hear about comic book grading. Like some people will submit something, in a standard tier, whatever one of the regular tiers are, and it'll be fast track, and that's supposed to push it to 40 business days or something, and they get everything back in a week and a half. Like this random. Some orders just get picked and done, and some orders are just waiting and waiting and waiting. It's kind of weird.
He says, now you're in an integrity and ethics conversation. Most businesses and leaders will just say, screw it and get that money. They'll never stop sending to us. And as the hobby grew, anyone they lost, they just replaced with 5 more. Cut off 1 and 2 more shall replace it, right? That's the old Hydra reference.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just don't think this actually really works in business. I think it works for a period of time and it's a money grab, but longevity and long term, I just don't actually think it works.
You will exhaust the collecting community, and you will send us into another period of no excitement in the collecting community.
Yeah, I'll go do something else.
Yeah, go do something, but what he's saying is definitely something that's been, other people that someone said this the other day where someone said this to Naj. I forgot the exact words, but it was yeah, they'll lose a couple people, but they're going to gain a bunch more, talking about CGC as a grading company. And that could happen, but the way that they're going is they will eventually disappoint the people that hadn't been disappointed yet too. How many burn and churns can they go through before they run out of people? Like you said, the longevity can't be there that way because there's not an endless amount of people. Is there an endless amount of people to submit them stuff to grade?
No, that's just not true.
No, you can't. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with that personally, in the sense that it would just continue and they would replace 2 with 5 over and over and over again. The math doesn't check out long term, and they're going to have to make adjustments. There's no doubt about it.
Deadpool says, in general, I don't think it works either, but let's take market leader, for example, industry leader in real estate, lead generation, horrible company whose mentality is cover up the online shame. I mean, I used to work for a company of that sort, and it wasn't able to last in that way. There had to be a change eventually because the company was just buried in bad press. And yes, we had more new customers than angry customers, but we were losing repeat customers, and the angry customers was taking up so much time from our customer service, phone calls, emails, that it was eating away at our productivity to service the newer customers. So they eventually became angry as well.
I came to work Monday morning from an angry customer to an angry customer email. And the email went like this: hey, look, we started this process with you 2 weeks ago. We feel like we haven't been communicated to very well. And I know I can go online and I read all these great reviews about Justin, but that's just not the experience that I'm having right now. And I either want to know, are you going to help me, or do you need to send me to another lender? And just know that I actually don't want to start this process over again. And I sat there and I looked at it, and then I, reached out to my team. I have a very specific process that we roll out. And what I discovered was I hired someone a month and a half ago, and there just happened to be this one particular thing that we didn't actually put a process in place for. And this particular person got caught up in that one thing.
Wow.
So we basically have what we call pre-qualifications and then underwriter approvals. And there's something called pre-approval plus, which is something we rarely do. And it's only when we can't make a pre-qualifying decision and they need an extra bit of help. And so I called, I was like, hey, thanks for the email. I actually am really excited to get your email because I had no awareness of this and you've made me aware of it and I'm going to handle it. I need you to give me to noon to call you, which they gladly did. Get on the phone with them at noon. And I just said, hey, at the end of the day, this all falls on me. I lead my team. I approve our processes. And this didn't work for you. So number one, on me. Number two, here's how we're going to fix it. And I want to know if you're okay with how we're going to fix it. If it works for you, great. And if it doesn't, great. This is what we're committed to do from here on out. And the person was like really happy. Like they went from being angry to like a raving fan.
Very nice.
But I had to own it, from that moment that they made me aware of it.
That's a beautiful thing. Beautifully played. And what a wonderful way for that person to approach having a problem, right? Such a respectful way to email. It was nice. It was nice. Hopefully that was a great problem, my friend.
Yeah, no, it really was. I told the team when I got the email, I said, look, good news is apparently our online reviews are really good because she definitely referenced those. Yeah. But we don't want this one to turn into a bad review. We want to make sure they're getting taken care of. And then we had to do it. We had to figure out what we were doing that created the issue. Depot deeds in general, I don't think it works either, but let's take, we just read that one. Sorry.
Yeah, yep.
And I want to give something that Marvelous Packs said. Where'd it go? Swish Rips. Here it is. A lot of Spidey's guests have their own channels, all of which are great channels with some awesome content in relation to Marvel cards and comics. I learned a lot from them all. That's awesome. I always want to have people of quality here because they made me look better.
It is very cool. There has been a lot of great people. Like I have met so many wonderful people through Justin, through the channel. Yeah. Like I won't even know like certain guests are popping on and I'll be on here and then like, boom, Neo's there. Boom, it's like, oh, cool. And obviously Sketch and I, we knew each other prior, but we've become close friends through this, communication. Mm-hmm. So it's really nice.
I love collaborating.
It's a nice thing.
It's it really is awesome. Keith Ronis needs to start a channel. That he was our guest 2 weeks ago now.
Keith is the man. That's awesome. Yeah.
He was awesome. Definitely.
Oh, he's starting one. He said mic and camera shopping now. That's
awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, Keith, how are you going to be my PR director and a YouTuber? Can you handle both jobs?
Oh man, he might have outgrown the initial role, my friend.
Oh man, he probably doesn't want people to know he's my PR director and get blamed for the crap I post. What is it? Very upset with how the AV came out when I was on here from me. Oh, what is it? Audio video. That's what
audio video. Oh yeah. No, don't, dude. It was a great show.
From the beach, he says, as a realtor, there's nothing people hate more than the corny lead generating things. Yeah, that's so true. I don't do that.
You don't buy leads?
Never. I've never in my career ever bought a lead.
Wow, very cool. Very cool. Yeah.
We are number one in market share, having never bought leads. I have lost really big realtor referral partners because I've refused to buy leads.
Good for you.
And I know that people have built really great businesses on leads and all that kind of stuff.
Numbers game.
Yeah, it is a numbers game. It's just I haven't had to do it yet, and that's part of it. But for me, I work with well, how do I say this? Let me give you an example how I generate leads. Like right now, I've got something I've called Level Up Leadership, where I am going to be training realtors for 5 weeks on contract writing, social media, uh, leadership, referral business, how to do a proper evaluation, and what's the fifth one? Loan products. By the time I'm done with those 5 realtors, they'll be better realtors. And because they'll be better realtors, they will perform better. And because they've experienced me as a leader in their life that's actually making a difference, then they'll refer business to me. And so we both grow at the same time. And now I'm investing in people's lives rather than investing in buying leads. And that's how I generate realtor referral business.
And from the latest comment from Deadpool Deeds makes me want to clarify something, not clarify, but ask. There are definitely 2 different types of leads, right? Like, or maybe it could be defined more than 2 ways, but there's definitely a person that's interested that somebody may have known that gave their number to a friend, and you got that. That is a lead, but that's a warm lead. You know, you have these, I guess you could call them not cold leads. There's these manipulated leads that can come from, marketing companies that are manipulating people into filling in their information, and then they're selling you a name and number to someone that might not even know who you are or why you're calling them.
Yeah, I have no funnels. I don't buy leads. I don't have any co-marketing agreements where I pay for stuff. And no, if I worked for a bank and this was my job description, you were paid to go pound the pavement. You only get business that you drive in. You get to eat what you kill.
Yeah.
That was it. And I didn't know, honestly, I didn't know any better. I didn't know that there was this other stuff, but anyway, yeah, I've been very, very fortunate, but I'm a relationship guy. I build relationships. Deadpool Deeds. We've gotten way off topic. CRM, my company uses Total Expert.
There it is. Boom.
Yep.
I think you and Deadpool Deeds are going to talk offline.
Yeah. I don't know what he does. He's trying to sell me something. I didn't even know it.
I don't know. I don't know, but he seems to know a bunch about what you know a bunch about.
He does. He certainly does. Now, so one of the things I do every Tuesday morning on Facebook, I do something called Local Wisdom. Every Tuesday morning, I go live and I host a show called Local Wisdom where we talk about local wisdom in real estate.
I was like, where do you do this at? This is your real estate.
Every Tuesday morning.
Got you, man.
Every Tuesday morning, 7:45. Starting next Tuesday, it'll be at 8 a.m. But so here's why I do it. Number one, I want to educate people. Love that. But the brand Local Wisdom, it really lands in terms of the branding that I want for my community, which is, hey, look, if you need help in real estate, why not talk to the guy who's local and has wisdom in real estate? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And Deadpool Deeds, hit me up on Instagram and I'll get you a link. So from there, we tackle real estate topics. I mean, today was talking about different types of homes in terms of foundation structures and talking about how it impacts financing and what you should know and all this kind of stuff. Well, so every week realtors are seeing this branding. And then, any other person locally that it shows up in their channel feed, they're going to see it. And so that's just one of the things I do in terms of generating leads from a brand standpoint. It doesn't cost me anything either.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah. And so I'm glad we broke that apart because those are leads. Those are people of interest, but it's different from what we were first, like kind of saying, no, we don't do that.
Yeah. So I'm not buying them. Yeah. I'm creating something of value and I'm giving it to people for free in exchange for the trust that they would trust me to take care of them when their housing needs.
Absolutely.
And Deadpool Deeds actually started the YouTube channel for that this week. But I don't think we posted a video yet.
Justin, how do you do it all?
Purposeful.
There it is.
And I have help too. So I just show up. I have a guy that runs that whole production aspect of it. And then I have a partner. So my partner, we always end the show with like the top 5 sales of the week. I like ending the show with the top 5 sales of the week. 'Cause guess what I get to do? I get to say the sweetest sound that people ever hear. Their own name. So I'll say so-and-so realtor had the number 1 sale last week. And then again and again, well, guess what you want to hear next week? Did you make the top 5?
Yeah.
You know, and so it keeps them coming back. And then the community gets to hear like, hey, look, we had, this big sale this week. You think the market's going down, but look, here's what happened. And so it's really good. Inside information. What is going on in the chats?
I don't know, but take care, brush your hair. It's so funny because I've seen this guy do his like food reviews. What does he say? I don't even know what he says. I'll give it 5. Oh, I can't say the word. I was about to say it, and then I realized what it meant. I think. I don't know. It's funny.
You know what would blow people's minds? If I told them that, oh gosh.
What?
All right. So today.
You have a food review YouTube too?
No, today I've worked out twice. I went to the board meeting for the Habitat of Humanity because we're getting ready to build a house.
Okay.
I did my local wisdom video and this, plus worked my mortgage job in the middle of all that.
I'm exhausted just listening to you. Like, no, like how? Like, it's not possible, my friend. How? Where do you get the energy?
I slept 6 hours.
That's not even enough sleep.
It was plenty of sleep.
You are a bionic person. That's incredible. I mean,
I
kudos
love
to you,
work.
man. That's like,
Yeah.
if I ever feel like lazy, I'm going to think of you. I'll be like, oh no. No, I am definitely not tired. If Justin's doing 2 YouTube videos, he's got 2 full-time careers, and he's working out twice? What? Oh.
I'm working out because I'm getting ready for Spider-Man Metal. I want to be in the best possible shape when Spider-Man Metal rolls around.
So you're going to be ripping packs in a skin-tight Spider-Man costume? Is that what's happening?
So I'm doing a 30-minute workout in the morning where it's continual movement with weight resistance training. So it's running, sprinting, and then lifting, a combination of push-ups and leg lifts and things like that.
Awesome.
And then I go running for 30 minutes in the afternoon.
Dude, you're killing it. Doomcart said it's got to be the coffee. You don't drink coffee.
I drink coffee. I drink about 4 cups a day.
Caffeinated.
Caffeinated coffee, absolutely.
Why did I think you don't drink coffee?
I absolutely love coffee. Coffee's for closers only.
Coffee is for closers. Coffee is for closers. That's weird. Deadpool D's, you nailed it. For some reason, I was misunderstanding something. I thought you were like, no candy, no coffee.
Here's the reality. I grew up pouring concrete, like the hard way.
Yeah.
So we did a lot of residential pouring of concrete, which meant we were pouring concrete around houses. So we had to hand wheelbarrow it. Like my dad would shoot the concrete in the wheelbarrow and we would wheelbarrow it and then dump, like literally pour out whole driveways and patios and things like that. And all of that work is on the ground and it's hard. We did the form setting and the pouring. So we had to degrass it, dig the footings, set the forms, de-root it, break up the concrete if we were replacing old concrete slabs, whatever it is. And I mean, I grew up that, like my forearms are still big to this day because of that type of labor that we did growing up. Yeah. And that's like real work. What I get to do today is make a difference. There you go. It's totally different. Oh, Swish Rips knows what I'm talking about.
I'm a
concrete finisher. He's a concrete finisher. So,
shoot.
Yeah. So I'm gonna speak his language for a second. Yeah. So I can run a float, a straight edge. I'm good with a concrete rake. I'm really good with a pickaxe. That's what we used to dig footings because my dad was too cheap for a backhoe. But I did it all.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Rain or shine. Well, maybe I guess if it rains, you can't. No.
So it depends on the concrete finisher. So yeah, my dad would definitely pour concrete in the rain. We would sit with it all night. We just wouldn't leave. We turned the headlights on and we would just constantly have to refinish it. He said, a power trowel. Yeah, I've never used a power trowel. I've seen some guys do it today. They do it a lot different than we did growing up. I used to pour concrete once a year to remind myself, but I haven't done that in a couple of years.
Oh, wow. Just to like, dude, See, but that still shows that you're different, man. Like that's awesome. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
he said tenant to stay with it all night. He's not wrong.
Oh yeah, tented. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how I'm acting like I know what any of you guys are talking about, but you guys are doing such a good job describing it that I actually can visualize.
Handshakes like steel. Yeah. I've lost some of that. I don't think I still have quite that anymore. But I'm gonna tell you something. When I was a teenager, oh, can I say this? You might get hit by somebody, but if you got hit by somebody that pulled a concrete rake all day, that person hits you differently. Because these wing muscles, all these other muscles, they engage differently. And so we poured concrete all summer, and then we sold firewood during the winter.
Oh,
so
man.
So I would get out of school, we'd go chop firewood. Well, my dad would cut logs during the day. And so when we would get home, he'd have those logs on a trailer. And so we would unload them and split them and then load them back on the truck. And then we would sell them door to door. So my twin brother would be on one side of the road. I would be on the other side of the road. And it'd be 33 degrees, but we would be knocking on doors all afternoon going, "Hi, ma'am." Or if a kid would answer, "Is your parents here?" Yes or no. "Yes, they are." "Ma'am or sir, would you like to buy a cord or a half a cord of firewood? $45 for half a cord, $75 for a cord." And they would say yes or no. And we couldn't go home until it sold. That was it.
Everybody, there's a lot to be learned from this man. And now we know why he works so hard and it doesn't feel like work for him.
I got to show you a cool picture. You'll like this. This will be
Man.
good. This will be fun. I think I got it here. Yeah, here it is. So that's me and my first pickup truck.
Oh, snap.
And my overalls working.
Yeah.
With a load of firewood in the back of the truck.
There it is.
To go sell it.
Do you look at this picture often as a reminder?
No, it's the picture's so old, so I know it's at the top of my photos.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So it's easy for me to find. Yep.
Wow, that's a cool photo. Dang, man.
All right, here's the other one. Me and my Jeep Comanche pickup truck. That was my first truck.
Jeep Comanche? I'd never heard of a Jeep Comanche.
Yeah. Jeep Comanche pickup, baby.
What's a slack-jawed yokel?
I think I know what he's talking about. Hold on.
Andrew said, "Hold up, let me zoom."
Oh, stop. Yeah, I mean, we grew up really poor.
And it instilled a lot of things, man.
Yeah. But that's, you don't get to pick where you're born, who you're born to. You don't get to decide that.
No.
But you get to decide how you react to it. So that's what concrete finishing does to you.
Turns you into a model.
Yeah.
Turns you into a male model.
I'm not ripped like that anymore, though.
Yeah, but now you raise an entire family, spread kindness everywhere, and do all kinds of amazing things. Actually, that made it sound like I'm saying, yeah, you're not ripped. I didn't mean that. I'm just saying.
Oh, no, I'm not. No, my wife tells me all the time. Problem when you start dating your wife when you look like that, she's the one who took that picture. She goes, "You're not the man I married."
Oh, gosh.
I know there's more of me, baby.
Andrew here said Brad Pitt. And I'm going to tell a little bit of an unrelated story. How do you have Simpsons comics, Manu, and don't know Cletus? I can't. Marvelous Pax, you're making me answer a question that's going to make me look so bad.
Straight up Cletus.
Let me answer that question next, Marvelous Pax. I will answer that question, and I got a lot of Simpsons comics, so I will answer it. But I want to say something about what Andrew said, because it's just funny. So Andrew's really into cars, really loves Porsches. And has an experience with Brad Pitt. Yeah, it's a funny one. And I go to Monterey Car Week, right? I love going to Monterey Car Week and just spending time in Carmel and Monterey. And I go to whatever car shows I can and just enjoy. It's like different. If anyone knows what Monterey Car Week's like, especially the weekend in the thick of it. It's just incredible. From Monterey to Carmel, you could sit on any pretty street you want, and $1.5 million of cars, every breath you take, drive by you. Like all of the most beautiful things in the world go to Monterey and Carmel for Monterey Car Week. And so last year I was there, and I was at a show called, it doesn't matter, but I forget the name of the show, but it was focused on Mercedes and Audi and BMW. It was like a Euro show. A lot of cool stuff there. And we were about done with our time there. It was at a different venue than the year before. It wasn't as good as the year before, but I think they were just kind of recovering from like the COVID situation and figuring out how to do things now. And as we're walking out, I see this gentleman in front of us, and he looked like Brad Pitt, right? And he's got two ladies with him. And I don't know his marital status. I don't know who he has kids with. I don't know anything about him in that regard, right? So I didn't know who the people were. But I was like, man, that looks like Brad Pitt. And if you look at the guy, like I'm talking tall, strong, like he looked like he was out of a movie. And he's got like this hat on, his hair's kind of flowing out. And then he's just casual in the show. Like no one's like bothering him, no nothing. It's just Brad Pitt, right? But we just kind of left it at that. Like that was Brad Pitt that exited with us. And as we're walking to the car, we're having conversation. We look up, we notice that, we look behind, and we notice that he's kind of walking behind us. He's coming towards us. So we pull off, wait by our car, and let him pass us up, and just to get a look at him. Again, we don't bother him, not say anything or anything like that. And then he goes, he hits the corner, and there's like a young lady working security there. And I said, did you see that? That was Brad Pitt. And she was like, man, I thought it was. Was it really? I said, that was definitely Brad Pitt. So she starts geeking out a little bit. Me and my cousin are just kind of having a moment, because it's cool, right? You run into Brad Pitt at a car show. And then he turns the corner, he's coming back. And so this time he's just walking straight to us, and we're all just like, This is just funny, right? And I'm the one with the big mouth. We didn't say anything crazy, but I was like, excuse me. As he passed me, I said, excuse me. He turns around, and I go, are you Brad Pitt? Like, that's what I asked. And he's just big smile. He goes, who's Brad Pitt?
Really? Who's Brad Pitt? That was
it was just funny. It was like he gets who's Brad. He gets that so often that must be his favorite go-to. But it was actually Brad Pitt, right? Yeah. And that's just a funny thing that he said. And then he said hello to the young lady. And he said hello to us, because we're obviously having a conversation with him. And then I was like, well, really nice to see you. And thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it. Turned around and left. And that's my Brad Pitt story. My cousin did take a picture of him while we were behind him exiting. So I do have a picture of the back of Brad Pitt.
the back of Brad Pitt. That is awesome, man. I love that. I have a little bit of a Brad Pitt story.
Oh, let's hear it.
Well, it's not your story for sure. But used to, not in like the last 6 years, but used to, when people go, hey, do I know you? Have I seen you somewhere? I would go, Tristan, Legend of the Falls. It was Brad Pitt, riding long flowing hair with no shirt.
I love it.
And they would be like, what? I was like, oh yeah, okay.
I love it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And dude, Monterey Car Week is next week.
Are you going?
I'll be there.
Sweet. I mean, it's not like you're gonna be prepping books to send to be graded. So
no, it does make it challenging for me to run my day, because Monterey, like once you get to Monterey, morning to night, you've got fun ahead of you, behind you, in front of you. Mm-hmm. Any restaurant you want to eat to in Carmel, I always go to the same restaurant night after night. But any restaurant that you want to eat at, you want to get a window seat, because what's it called? Ocean Boulevard, Ocean Drive? I don't remember. Ocean something in Carmel. Every evening during Monterey Car Week, you just want to enjoy the sights and the sounds. One year, some of the YouTube guys actually got into an argument, started doing donuts, and the whole thing got shut down for everyone. Mm-hmm. That was incredibly frustrating. But now when you go, it's so fun, because I don't watch as much of car YouTube as I used to, but all of the YouTubers that are hugely popular, you catch them all making their content. Like last year, we were just driving down the corner, and the Strad man from Utah was next to the window. And we were in a really old Mercedes SL, so it gets attention because it's cool.
Yeah.
And I was like, Stradman. He turns around and he's like, nice car. And I'm just like, nice job on everything you've done.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you
It's
know
a
that
good-
I've had a really, really big car show guy on my channel? Like Blue Check Verified. It's got well over 1 million subscribers.
Who?
Yuri. I'll show you. You probably
Yuri?
know him because you're a car guy.
Where's he from? Where's Yuri? What's Yuri's
Canada.
channel? Let me see. Oh, Andrew's from Canada. Andrew's definitely got to know Yuri.
Here we go. I'm pulling up his there it goes.
Maybe I do. It doesn't. Is he a
Straight
maybe,
Pipes. These Straight Pipes is his YouTube channel.
Maybe, man, because I used to watch a lot of that content, so quite possibly. That's cool. What was he doing on the channel?
He loves Marvel cards.
Yeah.
90s Marvel cards.
Love
And he hit me up and he was like, hey, I want to open some Marvel cards. You want to do it? And we did it. Yeah, his YouTube channel has, let's see here, 1.5 million subscribers.
That's a lot.
That's a ton.
That's a lot.
I mean, sorry, it's not picking up, but yeah, like I mean, obviously car channels are huge on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Fun story. I can't get into names because of other reasons, but some people will know, most people won't. But so there's this girl. She started making YouTube content.
Yeah.
And she started with a Lamborghini Murcielago.
Oh, well, that's a
No,
great
an
way to
Aventador.
start.
An Aventador. And
I'm gonna pretend I know what that is.
pickup
Go ahead.
video. Say again?
I'm gonna pretend I know what that is. But
It's
keep
just
going.
the most expensive Lamborghini at the time. And she did a pickup video from British Motor Cars in San Francisco. And anyway, I knew some people that knew her, so on and so forth, but I did not know where she lived. And at the time, I did not know I was living close to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then she picked up a Ferrari. She picked up a 458 Spider, right? Was it a Spider? Yeah, it was a Spider, a 458 Spider. And if I remember correctly, 459 maybe? No, 458. I don't know. Who cares? She picked up a Ferrari. And from her videos, I was like, I think this girl lives around me, but you can't really tell because if you're doing a video from the balcony, you're like, which building in San Francisco is that? And so one day I'm walking out of the grocery store and I see her Ferrari parked in front of a building that she might live in. And I take a look at the license plate and that's how you know it's her because YouTubers put the custom plate on it. Right. And so then I think later on that night, I had gone for like an evening walk or something really late at night. And the Ferrari's out there at like midnight, 1 a.m. So I took a picture of it and I didn't hit her at night. But the next morning I slid into the DM on Instagram and I sent the picture and I was like, you left the top off of this thing all night long? And then she responded.
Oh,
She
wow.
goes, yeah, man, I forgot. What are you doing in my neighborhood? Got a girlfriend in my building? I said, in fact, I do not. But you're my neighbor.
But I sure could.
and that did start some stuff with us, but then I ruined it as I
Wait a minute. Wait. Was this the 9.9 newsstand DM or is there another?
No.
account?
This was a personal account DM many moons ago.
Yeah, 'cause she obviously saw your face. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, that's sweet. You're a nice man. But I did ruin it. I did ruin it properly after getting it all going. Like it was a really great thing. Ferraris and Lamborghinis for everyone, and then I ruined it.
You ruined it. Dang, Manu. Everything you touch turns to poo.
I know. I should have left CGC alone. That would have been
Leave
great.
CGC alone. All right. Okay, I got to show you this. So this is while I'm running today. This is what I see while I'm running.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Isn't that cool?
I love it, man. Through the water. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Like,
I love
gosh,
animals,
you know.
man. I love animals. Dude,
Yeah,
what
we
the
got
heck
it.
have we been talking about the past 15 minutes?
Not Marvel stuff, but it's been fun.
It's been
It's
fun.
just-
Not Marvel
just-
stuff, but it's
You boys still going? I did want to get to a couple of comments here because they took the time to say it. So Marvel Madness MCU says my dad would hire us to do rip all the roofing off, and he would do the easy lasting of the new shingles. I also grew up in construction, and I can tell you, I have worked on a hot roof. I'm sure it's hot in Utah. I would rather pour concrete than be on a roof personally. From the bench says, I ran heavy equipment in the oil patches, beating the crap out of my body for years, and then I started selling real estate. I'm with you. My dad is 61 years old and can barely walk, and just completely destroyed his body physically by doing the hard labor.
Wow.
Switch rips, Marvel Madness MCU. Yes, that's the hard stuff on the body kind of job. It's no joke. The heat of the summer, roasting all them backs, black roofs, all around tough. That was my summer job. So my dad grew up in a construction family, concrete, and my mom, they're the roofers, the frosts. They all of them are in roofs, all of them. But I avoided the roofs, thankfully.
Wow. When you said hot roof, what does that mean?
Well, he's just talking about how hot it is being on a roof because the sun's beating down on you.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and you have
my
to,
bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, depending on the way the roof, what type of roof, but you've got to tar it and then lay felt, and then you got to put the shingles on, and you're bent over, trying not to fall down while hammering nails, and it's all very competitive. How many squares you can lay in an hour, blah blah blah, and it's really hard work. You got to tear it off before you put it on. If you're replacing roofs, it's a lot.
How are you with electrical around your house? Like, can you run some things, or do you have to bring someone in to take care of
So, if you rewind the clock, it's like tell it to Justin. So 10 years ago, like I rewired my central heat and air, like and by rewired, I don't mean like the interior components of it, although I did do some work in there, but my dog completely chewed up all the wires, and I redid it. I changed out my own thermostat and thermometers. I would work on my own vehicles. That means I would change my own oil, replace my own spark plugs. I replaced the harmonic balancer on that Jeep Comanche pickup that I still have when I was an adult. Now I pay for everything to be done.
Okay, got you.
It's a time. I'm buying time.
You're buying time.
It's not a matter of aptitude or willing. No, it's really not. It's less about that and more about, okay, I have all these other things I want to accomplish during the day, and I'm not at a place and space where I actually want to mess with that. I will take on some projects here and there just for the therapy of it, more so than anything.
Very cool.
What about you?
No, that's why I asked, because if I ever want to do something around the house, I have to learn exactly how to do that one thing, because I'm not equipped with any of the knowledge. And sometimes I will commit myself for like a day or a half a day just for the satisfaction of getting it done. But most often I have to call somebody. My biggest problem is not calling and paying someone, is that I don't trust anybody. So that's where my hangups are. It's like, oh man, how do I know what this guy's going to charge me? But fortunately, good people introduce you to good people.
Yeah.
And I am able to have people that I trust help me whenever I need. But I did fix my air conditioner by locating the broken part and then buying it on eBay. It showed up. I fixed it. It's one of the proudest moments for me. It's like,
I'm proud of you, man. That's awesome.
It was pretty cool.
I think the last thing I fixed was my Dodge Ram pickup. The in the AC vents that has this door, that opens and closes, and the door broke, and so it was permanently closed. And I took the dash off, pulled out the door. What do they call the door flap? I can't remember. There's a term for it. And anyway, took it off and fixed it. And that's probably the last thing that I did unwillingly, because I took it apart using a YouTube video while sitting in the AutoZone parking lot.
The YouTube videos. YouTube videos, man. I used to have German cars, and they make things so complicated, and even the YouTube videos were different. You would watch 4 videos of them doing the same thing, and they all had different ways. Like, what the heck?
Yes, exactly.
I'm so confused. Deadpool Deed said, oh yeah, Manu, talking about not trusting anyone, is that why you started grading your own books? Well, I had always sort of like graded my own books because I wanted to be able to identify what they were so I could set my expectations. Like, I had to grade them to decide which ones were worth sending, because my goal is 9.8. And so I started doing that just to save my time and not be heartbroken. I didn't do it the way that a lot of people do it, where they learn by getting batches of badly graded books back. That wasn't my experience. I hit the ground doing well from the beginning because I am that kind of person. I mean, sorry, knock on wood, that sounds bad, but I was really focused on the details from the very beginning. So I learned how to grade because it was
you realize you can be a detail-oriented person. Like that's a personality trait.
Yeah, and that's my personality trait. So that's what forced me into being a grader. I just had to be, right? And I was curious about it. I wanted to learn because like when I first started looking at the raw books, obviously you have no idea what's nicer than the other. But there are individuals out there that can't even see a spine tick, which is problematic. And then me, I only see the spine ticks. Like, I look at 5 spine ticks and I feel like burning the book. Like I'm that crazy, right? But so that's what it was. The distrust had not come into play yet. But the distrust started to come into play right away. And now it is what it is. So I do stand behind my grades completely. But the problem is I can't anymore do the grade on T, the money back grade on T, because I don't know what the grading company is going to give it. Not because I'm wrong, but because they're inconsistent. And like most recently, I sold a book that I had a grade in T. I gave myself a wide gap, but I sometimes is very strict at grading. I said, if this book does not come out, I think I said a 9.2 to 9.6, or maybe I said a 9.0 to 9.6. I don't remember. But I said, if this book does not land between 9.0 and 9.6, you'll get your money back. Not just what you paid me, but you'll get the cost of grading. You just have to send me the invoice. You can't just lie to me and say you sent it walkthrough, but you really paid $5, $20. So there was all that. And that book, even though I assumed the highest it would get was a 9.6, it did recently get graded, and I don't owe anybody any money because it came back a 9.8.
It did really well.
So in a case like that, it works. How strict I am, but the point is, it could also go the other way. Like I can't guarantee a book's going to be a 9.8 because that could be one of the days that the grader feels like making a pile of 9.4s for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's all. Sorry, long-winded question.
No.
It's just part of my personality to learn how to grade, so that's why. But I'll tell you what else, though. I've had a few books that are like in the 3.5, 4.5 range, like these older books that have value in that range. I don't like it. I can't do it. I can't tell the difference between. I can get lucky and get right, but if I ever sell a book that I'm saying this is about a 3.0, it's probably a 5.5 or a 6.5, and I'm just scared to get it wrong. So I'm just like, this is trashed. Here, just take it. Because I can't tell, man. It's so difficult when you get into that world.
Right.
Like a 3.0 from a 4.0. Come on, that's tough stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Izzy says, I'm in the custom tile industry, so always labor and art. I roofed for a bit when I was young, but hated it. Happy what I'm doing. I've seen Izzy's art. I'm called art. His tile work is art. I mean, he's making mosaics, so to speak.
Wow, nice.
And that's tedious. That's tedious hard work.
Yeah, that's cool.
After I do my first card submission, I will venture into comics. I want to grade, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Yeah, I mean, you've got reason to be now. Oh no, I'm not saying because of your grading or your, what's under your control. I'm saying because the grading company is a little bit iffy right now, but that's all. You'll be fine though, my friend. You'll learn a bunch. But here's the thing, right? If you submit books right now and you get let's say you submit 25 books, which for your first submission, you likely won't submit that many, but let's say you do. You're not going to know exactly what you're learning because if you get an inconsistent batch back, it's going to skew your understanding of the grade.
Yeah. No. I just got a bunch of PSA 10s out of the most bricked box that I opened last year.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of 9s on what I thought was the cleanest box. I literally had no idea what I'm doing.
Dude, you did get a bunch of 10s back. I watched that. The first stack was not. The second stack was 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah. 12, 10, 10, 10, 10.
94
10.
Flair.
Yeah, 94 Flair was all 9s. The 93 Marvel Masterpiece was a bunch
got
of
the
10s.
Okay, got you. And you had some duplicates in there too. There were some cards where you had multiple 10s.
I did.
Yeah, very cool.
I did. I thought the Venom and Deadpool were the best. So
Yeah, for sure.
But I got Wolverine,
Deadpool,
Venom, Deadpool, all 10s.
that's pretty awesome. Oh yeah, and that Wolverine, if I'm not mistaken, you had previously bought at a show
For
as
$200
well.
because
Yeah,
I never in my life thought those were coming back as 10s. I bought Spider-Man and Wolverine.
you bought the Spidey one too? Oh, the Spidey with
Yeah.
the legs,
Mhm.
the spider legs we were talking
Yeah.
about. Deadpool Deed says, I haven't read it yet, but I see something.
Yep.
Manu, love what I'm hearing. Oh no, love it. What I'm hearing is, if you love something, surround yourself with it, become as knowledgeable as possible to the point where you know what you have and you value it appropriately. I cannot add anything to that. Yes, my friend, that is a beautiful philosophy.
Well, I think he's saying that's what he's hearing from you.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I think involuntarily that is what I set out. That's just what I do. I only do what I love and I get all the way in it. And that's just how I am. That's how I've always been. I don't want to be involved in anything that I only halfway like because I'm not even going to halfway be present.
You can't fake it.
I don't really know how. I mean, I'll try. I mean, no, I can, but it ain't going to last. I won't be able to sustain
I
the
will tell
faking.
you, I despise the term "fake it till you make it."
Oh, yeah.
I get it, but in the context that I generally live in, I'm not a huge fan of it. And that's not, that's, I don't know where I'm picking this up from this conversation, but it can be an excuse not to do the work to know what you're doing.
It could be an excuse to not
to do the work to take the time to know what you're doing.
Oh, wait, give it to me again.
Yeah. So some people, not all people, because I can see some areas where fake it till you make it actually is appropriate, but some people use that terminology as an excuse not to do the actual work of learning up front to know what they're doing.
I got you. It's
You know
giving
what I mean?
them this. It's giving them this sense of no, that's okay. You're supposed to fake it till you make it. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Act like the expert before you are the expert.
Check this out. This is where this brings me. And friends, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Here's where this brings me. Imposter syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a cool thing, right? Because it's so true. And I'll tell you guys from my firsthand experiences, I have been the victim of feeling imposter syndrome so many times. And that is just a result of getting out of it. No one knows what they're doing at the beginning of anything, right? It's up to you to pick it up to learn it. And I'm not saying fake it till you make it, but I'm saying have belief in yourself even when you don't know squat. Because that belief translates. That confidence in oneself translates. And even when I was sitting in meetings where I was going to propose getting paid for something I had never done before, for an amount of money that someone suggested I ask because that's how much I'm supposed to be making, and I'm like, they're not going to pay me that. I have massive imposter syndrome in that seat. Like, I hope this client, this potential client, doesn't ask me a question that I don't have a fluid answer for. Like these fears making you doubt yourself. Man, none of my doubts ever materialized to be real. You know, imposter syndrome is anxiety. It is what it is. If you believe in yourself and you are capable and you will learn this stuff, you can have confidence in the beginning, but like right away start to learn. Don't just adhere to that as a oh, I'm always just going to pretend and it's going to work. No, that is not sustainable. But at the beginning, it's very important to be confident and believe in oneself.
So I love that. And I want to show you the last person that told me they had imposter syndrome. Let's see if I can pull this up here. So this is Zozamika, her variant.
Okay. Beautiful cover.
You may have seen it. She likes to do the Michelle Pfeiffer variant.
Yeah. Nice.
I got to meet her. I don't know why that's not blowing up like I wanted to. I got to meet her in Charlotte, and she would barely look me in the eyes. And I had to actually get down on my like hunched down to get her to look at me.
Wow.
And she said, "I'm sorry, I just have imposter syndrome," because I was complimenting her on her work.
Yeah.
And it like really struck me because here this person is insanely talented, right?
Yeah.
And it's being well, her books, whether you like them or not, are being responded to positively.
Yeah.
but she only does digital art. She doesn't actually take pen to paper or pencil,
Sure, sure.
or paint.
Yeah.
And but anyway, she was like, I have imposter syndrome. For me, it was I had a lot of naivety coming into the professional world because I grew up poor and grew up in a blue collar, setting.
Mhm.
So to meet somebody in a suit and tie, or to see somebody who had a college degree, or see somebody who, whatever that
Mhm.
white collar setting was, like, I immediately had an immense amount of respect for them because they were a professional.
Mhm.
And it took till, let's see, 18 to probably about 23, 24 years old for me to realize that there are almost no professionals, like
Yeah.
in the true
Yeah.
sense of the word,
Yeah.
like just don't exist. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I can actually tell you where I was sitting, like the room that I was in. Well, I can't tell you the smell, but like I can feel the poor lighting that was in the room when the the realization that I'm worth what I'm charging came to me. And those days before then, like, I think I would call that imposter syndrome. Nothing changed in that. Like, I was already doing the same work,
Mhm.
but I had to realize, like, I'm actually worth this. Like, what I'm doing is valuable and it's worth what I'm charging. But
How
for me, I had to go through that process of learning, like, what is a professional? It's not what I thought it was. And what I thought it was, those rarely exist.
Yeah.
And what I'm doing is actually valuable and it's worth what I'm charging.
I love it, my friend.
Mhm.
What an amazing experience. Like, that's incredible to realize you're worth what you're charging, because I know what you mean.
Mhm.
You look up to these other people early on because they're dressed a certain way or already have a certain position, and you think, oh, they're worth what they're charging. But if
Mhm.
you put yourself in their suit, if you put yourself in their body, they're just human beings,
Mhm.
hoping they don't screw up publicly,
Mhm.
can't believe they're being paid what they're being paid.
Right, right.
It's
Well,
amazing.
in the world I was in at the time, I got paid for my opinion as a real estate appraiser. It's actually called an opinion of value.
Oh, yeah.
And so at first you're like, well, I think I know what I'm doing,
Yeah.
and so forth and so on. But yeah, that realization had to happen on its own. GMT Tony says, how much does playing the part do you believe? Is it faking it? Where's the fine line? Shallow lake of knowledge of multiple things, or deep knowledge of a few? Okay, I want to tackle this.
Please.
So, a couple of different things. First thing I want to say is everyone loves the new kid in town. Have you ever heard the song by the Eagles? There's a new kid in town. Everyone loves the new kid until another new kid comes around.
I never heard it, but I love that line already. Yep.
Yeah, like if in the comments right now somebody popped in, hey, I'm new to Marvel cars and I don't know where to start.
Yep.
Everybody in the chat goes, ooh, I want to help.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
So number one, own it. Own being the new kid. Don't be
Very good.
afraid of it. In fact, I would actually encourage you to hang onto it as long as you can. When it's not true, it's not true. But don't be quick to be like, yeah, I'm not new anymore. I've been here 2 weeks. Like, don't be that guy. Like, just say a year into it, like, hey, I'm still new.
And
Like,
look
I'm
at
still learning.
how much information people will give you if you openly accept and admit, oh, I'm learning still, guys. Give me your knowledge. Because if you try to represent yourself as a know-it-all, well, you've now shut off a bunch of information that would have come your way. Sorry. Yeah.
That you'll never actually learn. The second part, and I'm going to say this, and if it comes off wrong, give me some grace and give me the words to help clean it up, would be my request.
Yeah.
But own the bottom of the totem pole. Dominate it like it's nobody's business.
I like it.
And what I mean by that is, like, know you're going to start at the bottom and understand that what you're going to learn there is actually what's going to serve you the most at the top. Period. Don't fight it. Like, embrace it and own it. And don't be in too big of a hurry, in my opinion. Now, I don't want to like push people's ambition down. That's not what I mean. I mean, just know that when you're given the crappy job, be like, yeah, I want it. That's me. It's mine. I'm going to go do it. In the real estate world, that was, hey, these properties in the rural area, you're going to have to go do those. They pay less and they take 5 times as long. But learning how to extrapolate actual factual data in a rural community made me 10 times the appraiser in an urban area.
Beautiful example.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so own it and embrace it and dominate it, because that's actually what's going to make you better at the top.
Yeah.
And so the second part is, and I think this is true in life in general, but you got to have an insatiable curiosity and a willingness to ask a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Question. I had this one guy that I would call. He literally would answer the phone and go, okay, what's your question? Like, he wouldn't even say, hi, this is Bill. His name was Bill Crawford. Hi, this is Bill. How are you doing? We didn't even do all the Southern, how are you? How are you having a good day? How's your mom and them? We didn't even do all that. It was just, what's your question? Because he knew that that's what I was going to do. So I would do that. And I don't think you have to quote fake it. Because to some degree, at least in my experience, and I haven't been in everybody else's experience, but to some degree, my experience is a desire to hide what I don't know actually was related more to the fact that I'm prideful and I wanted to get somebody's approval.
Right. And that's typically what it is. Yeah.
And that just actually isn't useful. And the experience that people have of you is generally one of you're trying to be a know-it-all.
Yep.
Because you're trying to prove what you don't know.
It's no good. It's no good. When I don't know if I ever had that like as like a thing, but when I became cognizant of the fact that I can actively be proud of saying, oh, I don't see, I will try my best. I don't think I have. I think, and anyone asks me a question I don't know the answer, I'm very open with an I don't know. Because it's two reasons. First of all, I wouldn't want you to later find out I was wrong, because that sucks. You know, I don't want to confidently give you an answer and then you go fact check me and I'm just some lying idiot. Like, that's no good for me. Right. And saying I don't know allows the opportunity to become educated. You say I don't know in the right environment, you're going to know it from that point on. You know, it's so much, it's so powerful. Deadpool Deed said here, he said,
is this it? The most wise man in the world is a man that's willing to admit that he's wrong.
Yeah. And that falls right in line with a man that's willing to say, I don't know. You know, admitting you're wrong is hard for a prideful person. And saying they don't know something is hard. That's why there's those old school sayings about, like, you know, the man driving will never look at directions or ask for them and will just be lost. You know,
continue to be lost, right?
And those are all rooted in reality. I'm not that person. I'm gonna ask somebody.
So I have a friend that has a terminal degree. No, he's not dying. He has reached the end of the education. Like, wow, he actually cannot earn another degree. He's in music. He understands music at a physical, theoretical level.
Wow.
So he not only can play it, you know, and he played in the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, but he also like understands it scientifically. Okay. He's a professor at our local university. He has his master's from Yale. Anyways, I'm telling you all this to tell you that he drives a red pickup, goes around with his shirt untucked, and you would never know it. Like completely unassuming. And I love to ask him questions to learn from him. And I was talking to him about what he views as intelligence and what is a common element that shows up in the people in his world, which is the, you know, education, academic community. What is a common element that shows up in the geniuses in his world? And his answer was humility.
Whoa.
It's not, hey, I have all the answers, as I'm striving to learn the answers. I don't know all the answers, and I'm continue to have the curiosity to know. And so if I ask them, hey, you know, what is the capital of some foreign country or nation, they'll go, well, I think it's this. You know, they know the answer, but there's still some humility tied to it. And
that's like how Norin answers a question.
Right.
Old genius, always like, oh, I'm going to be wrong about this, and then gives you gems, right?
And then gives you the exact right answer.
Yeah. Okay. Couple of things really quickly. This is going back to GTM.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get to this one thing he said, but I also, back to the fake it till you make it. There's also context with everything, right?
Sure.
Because we have the idea of first impressions. That's not an idea. There's the thing of first impressions.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are in a career where you have to sell yourself before you sell anything else, because someone is psychologically sold before you ever say anything in certain careers, it might be to your advantage to have a suit that you can't afford. It might be to your advantage to have a car that you might not be financially in a position to have, if it actually can be turned into success. Like if it actually translates, if you're not delusional about why you have it and it actually pertains to your career. Because I have wasted several years, not wasted, but I have been deluded before thinking, oh, I need this, when in certain careers I didn't, in certain opportunities I didn't, because first of all, I'm parking in a parking garage and then I'm going to meet somebody in the meeting, you know?
Yeah.
But
have you ever read the book The Millionaire Next Door? Oh, I'm sorry if you were not finished with
No,
your
no,
thought.
I actually have the book. I read it when I was like 5 years old, and I read it really, really early, like somewhere in my early teens, if not around 11, 12. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was that long ago, because I was already very interested in the idea of business, entrepreneurship, money. That's part of the reason I love Wizard Magazine and Cards and Comics. Like I was always like, oh, this one's going to be worth $1 bajillion. I've always been that kid. I used to have my cousin draw stuff for me, and I used to sell it. And so, The Millionaire Next Door taught me all those lessons, but I forgot much of it. But the core of it is the people with the real money aren't running around flashing it. That's why they got real money.
I'm gonna remind you of a phrase in the book where I want to tell the whole story, but I'm not going to do that because it'd take a little while. But this guy says, I may not own a big hat, but I own a lot of cattle.
Ah.
I may not look like a cowboy,
yeah,
but I really am one. And there's a lot of people dancing around out there like they are with the big hat, but they don't own any cattle.
Dude, too much. Wait, these days, no one, that's a beautiful, beautiful quote from the book. And I don't remember it from the book, but yes, it makes perfect sense. And in this day and age, everyone is completely aware of that, because we show people what we want them to see through a screen, right? So we're giving them bits and pieces of how we want to be perceived. And there's a lot of people out there that are selling on an idea of something. And that makes perfect sense. It's human to do so. But we've also come into an area now where we're all very cognizant of it. Like we can see through a lot of posturing, right? Because there's just a lot of it going on. It's kind of at an all-time high, because it's now everyone is looking at a picture, and a picture is very one-dimensional, and you get to show somebody what you want to show them. But in some careers, like if you are a realtor and you're constantly showing people around, it's a good idea to have a nice car. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to drive around in a Rolls Royce, because that's actually probably offending people. That's probably making people uncomfortable.
Well, The Millionaire Next Door actually says that there are industries where the reason the actual wealth building mechanism is lower is because of what you actually do, what is required for you to present. So if you're an attorney and you're driving a beat up Buick, then someone's going to say, well, he may not be a very good attorney.
Exactly.
But if you own a junk business and you're driving up in a Mercedes, your employee that you're, paying minimum wage is going to be like, what? But my bosses were, driving a Mercedes. Or the people that you're trying to buy junk from may think, well, he's making too much money.
Exactly.
And so it's the way in which it communicates. So that person actually has a way of building wealth more quickly, because they don't have to live up to a certain lifestyle standard.
You're absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. So context, in any context, in any situation that you're in, if you can apply logic and reason, you're always going to cook up the right answer. And here's what's never the right answer: buying something expensive. It teaches them. I'm preaching. I'm sorry. This is because I personally feel I have evolved, because I used to be in certain traps and I'm not anymore. And so, speaking from what I believe to be my evolution, it does feel good to get validation from strangers. Not like validation, a thumbs up, whatever. And I'm tying everything back to just, cars, right? Like pulling up at a gas station, the young kids are looking at your car, makes you feel cool. Driving down the freeway, someone passes you up a little bit so they can give you a thumbs up out the window, makes you feel good. But at the end of the day, what did any of that do? Like, feel good for yourself.
Yeah.
You're paying for this car. You're worried about this car to get these thumbs ups and these things that don't go home with you. You can give yourself that goodness. You can believe that you're a great person. That's somebody complimenting you for some superficial illusion you've created. And the core of it actually is kind of dirty. The core of having somebody be impressed by something material you have is actually feeling good that you've made someone feel lesser. I know it's not the perfect translation, but someone looking up to you because of something material and giving you a thumbs up is somebody saying, oh, one day I hope. And that's making you feel good. But come on, that's not actually great.
It's not.
And so, you know, that's stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Thank
I
you,
drive
my
a truck.
brother. I appreciate that.
I drive a truck for 9 years at a time. At one moment, it looks like it's a new truck. By the end of 9 years, it's like, hey, why don't you? I literally have people say, you deserve a new truck. I'm like, no, I don't. No, I don't.
I hear you.
Unless every other thing that's important to me is taken care of financially, and I have cash to buy a new truck, I don't deserve it. And even then, like, I probably don't deserve it. It's a blessing. You know?
It's a blessing. There's someone that's become a really close friend of mine, makes great money, but talk about humility. And the reason he has humility is because, man, he's seen a tough time or two, right? And so he had to face himself many times. He had to go through periods of time by himself, evaluating how he put himself in that situation, so on and so forth. Sort of stuff you know, a lot of people know, but you've gone through things too, Justin. You know, you know what it's like to have to, like, not reinvent yourself, but face yourself and decide, am I just going to be this, give into this, life's tough, or am I going to, you know? And he turned that corner. Awesome. And he's done it in an amazing way. And so for the last, let's say, 6 or 7 years, he's just been winning. But one thing that he hasn't done is upgraded his car. And the interesting thing is, he is in a client-facing business, right? But he's able to win the conversation so well once he's in front of the client that it hasn't played against him in his environment, in where he's at and what he does. But he's been driving around in this car for so long, and it's not a fuel-efficient car, and it's not a car free of issues. And it had 330,000 miles on it.
Wow.
Which, yeah, you know, that's just a lot for anything, for any car. And cars can obviously run for that, you know, we know. But this guy has so much important stuff on his plate. He shouldn't be having to worry about a mechanic visit once a month, right? So, but he was just never in that zone. He never thought about it that way. He didn't care about it. But what he did recently was so wild for him to do. He went and bought a brand new Yukon Denali for like $90,000, right? And it was his first time in this new car since he bought that other car, you know, brand new whenever. And he, you know, he made me emotional about it because the conversation we're having, not that he couldn't afford it, he's done extremely well, but he knows where he came from. And to him, it was probably like a feeling of like, why should I buy myself this car? Like, it was kind of weird for him to do that for himself. But now, you know, he just took a 6-hour drive in it the other day, this drive he takes often. And he said, man, Manu, that was different, bro. Like, this car drives different. I don't know what the technology's doing, but like, he was so proud of that moment. Even though he's achieved success, that was like this thing for him. And in that case, that's just different. You know, that's not just buying a car to buy a car. That guy went through everything without anything nice. And now he can give himself whatever the heck he wants, and it's pretty special.
That is awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Love it. So GMT Tony says, chat. Whoa, we lost Manu. Come on back, brother. There you are. Says, well then, how true is the jack of all trades is a master of none, but still better than the master of one?
Is that the full quote, or what I learned on Instagram is true, that is actually not the full quote, and that's just how it's been misrepresented over the years?
You know, jack of all trade, master of none is I would say, like, geographically where I live, how people quote it. But you know, the concept to me is that the master actually works for kings. You know, like if the king's going to hire somebody, they're hiring a master. And so, I mean, I get the jack of all trades things, but I want to be an expert as much as possible. And that's what I would push myself to. That's what I have pushed myself to, actually. He also asked, at what point is too many is too many questions, too many questions. And at what point do you have to say to yourself, I need to do this on my own? So in my first stint as a mortgage banker, real estate banker, I actually had my office manager pull me to the side and said, hey, this person we told you to learn from and ask questions is asking us to ask you to stop asking them questions. Like, you've reached your limit. If you don't know now, you're not going to know. And I was hurt because I was like, man, have I really been in that person's life in a way where that's like is bothering them? And then I had to just realize I just had to find another source to get the questions answered. Like, I still needed to learn. Like, I couldn't turn that off. So I would say I need to do this on my own. Have you, let's see, it's late. Have you ever heard the story of George Mason? You and I talked about that.
I don't think so. Did I?
So,
I don't know.
I think a lot of people understand like George Mason University, like they've heard that, but where does that name come from? George Mason is considered the forgotten founding father. The forgotten founding father.
Okay.
And as I remember learning this is like 20 years ago. So this is the way it lives in my brain. Somebody fact check me, but it lives in my brain as George Mason grew up in a home where he wasn't able to go to school in the early, stages of our American country. Okay. So this is pre-revolution. And for him to learn, he had to learn at home, but his uncle was a British attorney who had immigrated over here to the United States. So he had this library of British law. So he self-taught himself British law as a kid. I'm sure his uncle helped and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Well, so I believe it was the Virginia Constitution. So he actually eventually helped write the Virginia State Constitution because he understood British law. Well, guess who used the Virginia State Constitution as a framework for the United States Constitution? Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, gets credit for penning it and writing it, but he used, as I understand, the Virginia Constitution as a template. Well, when it come time to sign it, George Mason refused to sign it because it didn't come with the Bill of Rights. So he doesn't sign the Constitution. So he's not considered a founding father because he then fought for the Bill of Rights, which eventually we got. Okay. So I say all that to say this, the guy didn't go to a university. He was self-taught. And he wasn't self-taught in an era of information at our fingertips. He was self-taught in an era of before the founding of our country in the library of his uncle. And so to me, that helped me realize I have absolutely no excuse not to learn. Absolutely no excuse. All that is required is my determination and willingness to put in the work to learn it.
Correct.
And so I think that you never stop asking questions, and you should always start with, I'm doing this on my own. Like, I have a responsibility to do it.
I've gotten big on independently making progress, which after the conversation you and I, you were about to say something.
Well, I'll just say it's not your parents. It's not where you grow up. It's not like you've got to take ownership of your own education.
Correct.
And yes, people can help lift you up and they can benefit you. And trust me, I've been benefited by people that have lifted me up. At the same time, you can't make excuses.
Okay, we're going to end soon. Not that I'm calling the shots around here, but it's 4 hours, and I'm sure you'll be like comfortable carrying on with your night from here. I do want to say, GTN, you did actually put the full quote up there. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself when I started reading your quote. I put myself in a place where I was like, oh, this is going to be, just half the quote like I always read it. But that is actually the full one where it says, or better than a master, whatever. That's the
part that's always left off in my world.
Yeah, because everyone always just says a master. What is the quote?
Jack of all trades, master of none.
A jack of all trades is better than master of
one.
And then so that's the beginning half that everyone always uses, and then it says, but oftentimes is better than a master of one. Right. Mm-hmm. Speaking of mastering, recently this has come into my life, and I'm big on mastering. So I'm big on focusing in and mastering, and that's what I'm working on. I'm working on becoming a master in the few things that I am engaging with. And because I think mastery is hugely rewarded in so many ways, ultimately. So that is something that I am big on. I have a lot of work to do still. The other thing that I was going to say is, sorry, I'm like scrolling around, scrolling around. I'm chatting aloud, GTM. No, that's all right, my friend. You were giving me some good things to bounce off of. I think I missed my last one. Anyway, I forgot it. So we're approaching the 4-hour mark here. Dude, I did forget what I was going to say. So that's all right, though. It must not have been all that important, but I'm glad that I got to say
Well,
GTM.
you haven't had
were
supper.
Right. Full quote. Yeah, I haven't yet. I haven't. I'm dreaming about
All right.
it.
A couple more things real quick. Is that a reason for yourself? Is that reason for yourself an excuse? Or is that why logic is a factor into the question? LOL. But each person's logic is subjective due to their own experiences. I guess I'm not sure exactly what GTM is responding to.
Well, the thing about everything that GTM has said is they are philosophical questions, right? Everything that GTM has said is going to resonate with an individual unique to that individual's experience within context to where that person is in life, the things they have and have not seen yet, right? Because the answers to these questions for most people change over time, because they have for me. And so they're good questions, but they're like, we could have whole episodes based on each one of these questions if we wanted to really just get in there, because everyone's got a worthwhile opinion to explore. And some people would be, some people would be influenced one way after hearing other people's opinions and some the other, but these are awesome questions.
4 hours, why not go 5? The Marvel show is greater than sleeping. Yeah. I'm glad you responded to Vengeance Lord. Manu, you should have convinced your friend to put that 90 grand into Spidey metal.
I respond. He now owns a few PSA 10s, and just the other night we were on the phone.
He owns a Spa 10.
Huh?
A Spa 10.
Oh, Spa 10. I wrote that. I was like, go Spartans!
Oh, Sparta.
Or whatever I was saying, yeah. So the other night, he and I are on the phone. And he goes, you watching any auctions tonight? This must have been the weekend. And I said, oh, no, I missed one earlier, some cards. And he said, man, you've been buying a lot of cards lately. He had already gotten into a few cards, but just super top line stuff. And he goes, man, you've been buying a lot of cards lately. I said, yeah, I just buy whatever I want, whenever I want it. And he goes, what should I be looking at? I said, it depends on where are you trying to be with it? Like, you've already bought the ones that you just love, because they were I already told you which, to show you a bunch of things. Whenever you reacted with, you already bought those. So are you talking about you kind of want to speculate? What are you saying here? And I said, so we go on a 1996 Marvel Masterpiece PSA 10 tirade, right, or whatever.
Oh no!
But I said all these prices, you can't buy these cards. I said put a heart on every one of these cards.
Yeah.
And if anyone sends you an offer, you call me, and we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
But don't go buy these at these prices right now.
Yeah, just wait.
So he's super excited about 96 Marvel Masterpieces.
As he should be. As he should be. They're amazing. Absolutely amazing.
He did not. I did not bring him into the world of modern because I'm not the right person to do that because I'm not well informed enough. I could not be his guide into that.
Nope. I'm with you on that. Man, what a show.
What a show. My goodness. Oh, and we did it. We crossed the 4 hours again as we were never supposed to do again.
No. I am going to wake up. I'm going to wake up at, I should be able to get up at 6 a.m. and do what I need to do. My first meeting is at 7:30 a.m. So.
Man, get some good rest. Friends, thank you everybody for being here tonight. This was a packed one from the beginning. We went over a lot of really important things that are affecting the industry right now. So I'm glad that we got to have these conversations.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that you make a difference. It's 10 and 11 where these guys are at. Good for you. It is not the case for me. It is 12-10. Yeah. Hey, look, what I want you to hear is you can make a difference. Don't think that you can't. You can. Your voice matters. Your opinion matters. Your behavior with your money and your action matters. Because it does make a difference, and it makes a difference for you personally. Like Manu, if he chooses to take a position, he's got to honor himself, and that's important. But I actually do think it'll make a difference in the long run. We get to make a difference in this hobby together, especially if we do it, as a community. Oh, New Zealand, what's up?
What? Nice.
Yep.
You're in New Zealand? That's dope.
That is
Cool,
awesome.
man.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, but yeah, stay positive. Life does require some anger, but be angry and sin not. Like be angry,
Yes.
but let's not hurt people in the process.
No, let's not. Let's not. And Andrew, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much.
Mhm.
I want to follow that up with one thing that I said with Noran the other day. These things that we're discussing as bothering us, we
Mhm.
are so blessed that these are the things that we're discussing as troubling us. And that's pretty
Yeah.
I'm happy no matter what. I feel very grateful for the position that we're in, for the community that we've built and we are a part of. Not built, but we've become a part of, and the conversations that we get to have. This is a win-win. This is an absolute win-win.
Yeah. GTM. These are good problems.
These are good problems, my friend. I hope everyone has a wonderful night, a wonderful rest of your evening.
Yeah.
Great.
You know where to find Manu. He's on Instagram.
Yeah, come see me. The
Hit him
9.9
up.
newsstand.
He's here every Tuesday night, episode 17.
Yeah.
Episode 17. Faith and Misery. Pretty sure Faith and Misery was like the first comment ever on my YouTube channel, by the way.
That's pretty awesome.
I love
That is
that.
really awesome.
He or she is, I think a he, 4 hours into a Tuesday night. So that's good. Find me on Instagram, Spidey Hits. I'll be there. This Thursday, we'll drop whatever news is available. Things are a little quiet this week.
Okay.
That could change in the matter of moments. So we'll see about that. I promise you newsworthy stuff's happening in the background. Some stuff I'm not at liberty to say, so to speak. But keep an eye on the channel. No Saturday morning Marvel cards this weekend. I'm moving my daughter into her college dorm Saturday.
Yeah.
4 hours away. But this Sunday, I'm going to be live with Michael, and we're going to open the Masterpiece box.
Woo!
So Saturday morning Marvel cards is moved to Sunday, and we're going to open 1996 Marvel Masterpiece. Tell your friend, check us out.
So the pictures he posted on his page, you actually took and sent him.
No, he bought a second box.
Oh my gosh.
No, he's got 2 boxes.
Are you going to open both on Saturday?
We'll see. We'll see how he's feeling.
We'll see. I'll be there. Wow. Okay.
It's going to be a lot of
just
fun.
sell me one. He doesn't need to open both. Open one.
That's exactly right. Yes, Samuel, we're going to open it up Sunday. So it'll be live, and Michael should have his YouTube channel up too. I'm going to be encouraging you Marvel card fans to take a look at it as well. So
wait, sorry, you're opening what Sunday? I thought that's Saturday.
No, we moved it to Saturday because I'm moving my daughter to her dorm.
You just got done saying that whole thing, and then I'm like, wait, what? Sorry, guys. Yes, this week it's Sunday. This coming week it's Sunday.
Saturday morning Marvel cards is moved to Sunday this week, and then we'll be back on our regular slated schedule. However you say.
Selective hearing.
I know. I'm with you. I got the same issue. All right. Everybody in the chat, thank you. Love you all. Thank you for being the content tonight. Thank you for contributing. Always makes a difference in the flow and the feel of the show. It means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to Manu.
The most.
And yeah,
as
always. Oh, you love me?
Oh, of course, I love you, Justin. Stop.
Love you too, Manu, man. Really appreciate you. Everybody, thank you for watching. And as always, I hope you have a marvelous day.